my hands to larger service, and my helps to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Andrew. And with our FFA motto, Miss Kayla Kimbrough.
The FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you very much, Kayla. With that, we'll turn it over to the ring. We have two wonderful judges today. Dr. Blake Bloomberg and Mr. Chris Sankey, whenever y'all are ready. On the east side of our arena today is our Continental Division, judged by Mr. Chris Sankey. Mr. Sankey owns and operates Sankey 6N Ranch, along with his wife, Cherie, which is a multi-breed family operation in the Kansas Flint Hills at Council Grove, Kansas. They've raised registered Angus and registered Brangus cattle and have been in operation since 1978, and in Council Grove since 1982. Their focus is on functional, useful cattle that meet the needs of the industry with a real focus on phenotype. They have raised and shown multiple show bull and show heifers of the year in both of their breeds. Chris has judged multiple county, state, and national shows of all breeds in the U.S. and Mexico. He has judged Denver, Louisville, Fort Worth, Houston, and the American Royal, and in most states. Chris has judged junior nationals for Angus, Brangus, Brahman, Shorthorn, Key-Maine, and Red Angus. We're very fortunate to have Mr. Sankey here judging our Continentals division. On the west side of the arena is going to be our British show, judged by Dr. Blake Bloomberg. Dr. Bloomberg is an associate professor and lead livestock judging codes at Blackhawk College, East Campus. Blake and his wife, Ravenna, have 4 children, a daughter, Brecken, twin boys, Brenham and Berwick, and a son, Bexton. Blake was raised in Berwick, Illinois, on his family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Dr. Bloomberg currently serves as a livestock judging coach at Blackhawk East in Galva, Illinois. During his career at Oklahoma State and Texas A&M, Blake has coached the national champion livestock judging team in 2017, 2018, and 2019, and reserve national champion judging team in 2009, 2014, and 2015. Blake was named the 2007, 2008, 2009, 2014, 2017, 2018, 2019 National Collegiate Coaches Association Coach of the Year. He also served as co-coach as their meat animal evaluation team that were national champions in 2011, 2014, 2015, and reserve national champion in 2010, 2016, and 2017, and 2018. Blake attended Black Hawk East Junior College and was a member of the 2004-2005 judging team that was defeated only once. He was the high point individual at the 2006 National Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Contest and was a member of the 2006 National Champion Livestock Judging Team for Texas A&M that was undefeated in competition. Blake has judged livestock shows in 42 states, 3 foreign countries, including the events at the American Royal, North American International Livestock Exposition, National Western Stock Show, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, San Antonio Livestock Show, and several regional and state events. We are very fortunate to have Mr. Bloomberg, Dr. Bloomberg here judging our British division. I'd like to take this time to thank our Rodeo Austin Heifer Committee volunteers and the Bearcats from Sam Houston State University. 11 students and 4 professors have volunteered their time into helping our exhibitors unload yesterday and are currently running the ring for you. Thank you to all that helped make this show possible. As we've got Class 1 in the ring right now, just some other reminders. You must, as exhibitors, have your registration paperwork on you at all times in the ring. Once you enter the ring, the arena, you must have your registration papers. Also, this is still a blow-and-go show. No product will be allowed on any animal at any point, and if it enters the ring with product on it, it will be sent back.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be in Austin and get an opportunity to sort through these heifers. It'll be fun to work with Blake on the other side of the ring, and got a great class of these young Charolais females to start with. And I think, you know, from the standpoint of putting the one together that I like the most, young lady that wins this class, this is the heifer that I think from a structure standpoint, I think she probably pulls herself together as well. Let's start her out of here. She's a female that's sound on the move. She's good in her top line. She ties in neater in her shoulder, behind her shoulder when we compare to the heifer standing behind her. Both these females are big bodied. They have some dimension to them. They've got some substance and bone to them. Heifer that wins the class, so I think just from a structure standpoint, holds herself together a little better from on both ends, at her shoulder, from her hooks back. She's a female that really balances out, really an attractive female. Big ribbed, high volume, long spine female that comes next. A female that's probably, from a structure standpoint, I worry about her a little bit. She wants to break in there behind her shoulder, wants to drop her pins, not give us a really complete look like we have in our class winner. A little more moderate made female that comes third, but really stout. She is big top, big hipped. As we give her a chance to probably mature, maybe get a little more rib into this female, get a little more flank into her, let her soften up and have a little more of the dimension that we have in our class winners. I think it's a female that's got a lot of future. Young lady that comes next, really similar in kind to our heifer that's standing right above her. A stout maid, lots of thickness, lots of dimension in these females. Attractive maid, they tie in pretty neat up in their shoulders. We just need a little more rib and a little more, just a little more middle in these females to make them appear a little more maternal in their type. So we follow out then with a bigger frame, a little more of a growth female. Female gets a little stiff off both ends for me. She doesn't really want to flex up. She kind of gets a little straight in her shoulder, a little tight in her pastern, gets just a little too tight on the move, but I appreciate her. She's really attractive maid and pretty sound down that top, just need her to move a little better. Young lady's female that comes next, little extra rib in this heifer. She's got some dimension to her. Excuse me, we have a pair of these heifers actually. Young lady, young man follows in. They starting to, from a structure standpoint, they get a little more shoulder in them. They want to break behind their shoulders. They don't want to really, they're not as, I guess they're just not as sound structurally when we compare to those heifers that stand above them. You look down their top line, look at it from their shoulder back, they're going to break in their top, they're going to drop their pins, they're not going to give us that probably that really structurally sound appearance that we're getting in these cattle on the front end. Same way with the young man's heifer. Lots of foot, lots of dimension, a little more shoulder in her than we need, wants to get a little round in the way she's made. We have a set of these females that follow out. A pair of these heifers that are a little more extreme maybe in their kind, or a little more elevated, a little tighter made. Females I'd sure like to soften up a little bit. And then we follow out with a real nice pair of females, have a lot of future in these heifers. I think we just got to give them an opportunity to kind of catch up. But great class of these young heifers to start with. Congratulations.
Well, good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you and echo the comments that Chris made. Going to be fun to work with him here for the next couple of days here in Austin. I appreciate the opportunity to come. We got a little bigger class here, so we're going to make a little cut, and we're going to keep these heifers here on this side of the ring and rework them. We're going to let these start to ease out if they would, but let's give them a good round of applause as they got up early this morning. We got some good cattle in this class. Maybe the ones we're going to let out from a structure standpoint, from a balance perspective, maybe don't hook up quite as well, but this is a good deep class of these Angus females, so we're going to let some of these heifers ease on back. But this is a good quality group. We're going to rework this top end. So my congratulations to these kids. We'll keep going along here. We got a big class, a lot of Angus to work through. Looking forward to a good day here judging British cattle on this side.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Bloomberg and Mr. Sankey. In our Charolais show, that wraps up Class 1, led by Kinsley Atchison from Mason County 4-H, followed by Avery Hunt, Hallsville FFA, Lexi Hughes from West FFA, followed by Casey Randall, Concordia Lutheran FFA. In 5th, Michaela Mears from Brazoria County 4-H. 6th, Paisley Miller, Austin County 4-H. Followed by Jacob Fulp from Crawford FFA. Aston Mathers from Ellis County 4-H. followed by Kaylin Albright from Falls County 4-H, Savannah Kelly from McLennan County 4-H, and Michaela Mears from Brazoria County 4-H. While we've got some time, I'd also like to thank some of our sponsors for 2023 Rodeo Austin. The TELUS Equipment Solutions, the right solution for your equipment needs, and Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Be sure to sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any time of the Ram booths across from the fairgrounds. We can also thank the official grocer of Rodeo Austin, HEB. Another thanks also to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission, and Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship, and Holt Cat Texas First Rentals.
Another really nice class of these Charolais females, these March heifers. And heifer that wins the class, I think, just kind of dominates. She comes in here, and there's so many good things about this female. From a structure standpoint, from a profile standpoint, you stand back and look at this female. Attractive made, ties in neat into her shoulder. Big ribbed, lots of dimension in this female, really maternal in her look. And along with it, stout made, big footed, big bone, just a kind of an easy place to start. And then I think it gets a little closer when we start trying to follow this female. Heifer in second, young lady's got it, I think is very similar to her. She's not as far along, sure not, maybe quite to the point of our class winner, but a female that has all those pieces in her that I think will get her there. She's attractive in the way her neck ties into her shoulders. She follows back with some rib shape, some dimension, just a really nice female. Extra rib and body in her when we compare to the young lady's heifer that comes next. Female is starting to get a little tighter made, maybe need a little more flank in her. Not quite as attractive up in that front end structure and the way she ties into her shoulders, but just a really good female. And I think from a structure standpoint, I think that's her advantage over the young lady that follows out. It's a big, stout, high-performing female that comes out last. I mean, this is a female with a tremendous amount of top and hip in her. She's got plenty of rib shape in her. Just from a structure standpoint, I'd like to change her a little bit, the way she ties into her shoulder. Would like to smooth that shoulder out. Like to just give her a little more, I guess, just widen her out just a little bit behind her shoulder to get her to tie in and then carry back and pick those pins up a little and square her up a little bit. Really a nice set of females all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 2 in our Charolais show, led by Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. followed by Emma Hardin, Axtell FFA, Madison Smith, Chapel Hill Tyler FFA, and Emily Williams from Commerce FFA.
Thank you. Second. Just peel them around right in the middle. Right in the middle. Well, this is a very good way to start off our show here on the British side. A very, very good class of Angus females. I think we go from June to April, and there's some decisions to be made, I think, of maturity and where you want to be in that stage of the game. And to me, I think good cattle come in different shapes and sizes, and to me, I'm not going to dictate frame or anything like that. I think you got to find the ones that suit you the best. From an athleticism perspective, the heifer that wins the class puts the most good things together for me. She's the most comfortable as you take her to the ground. She's got the best set and give to her hind leg, and with that, the most slope and angulation into her shoulder. She's the one that to me is the most ladylike as you study her from the side, the way her neck sits up at the top of her shoulder, the way she transitions from forerib into flank, and then with that, her comfortability that she has, to me, elevates her in the class. Now, need to set her tail head down in her just a little bit, and that's where I would probably get critical of this heifer. But from a movement perspective, and then I think as you take her on to be a yearling, she's the one that suits me the best in this particular class. Now this one is a Mack truck in terms of power and stoutness. I love the substance this heifer has, really bold in her rib design. I like her stoutness of feature. One that gets just a little coarser up and through her shoulder, doesn't sit down quite as comfortably off of her rear leg as the heifer we have that leads off the class, but she's really opened up, really dense. I like the dimension that she's got, very powerful and still has a good look up through her front end. Two good heifers, a little different in type and kind, but I think the two that suit me the best in this particular class. This heifer in third is really extended from the profile. I like her length of body. I like her extension. She's a little bigger framed, you know, again, does she have a little more maturity for her age? Perhaps a little more performance, depending on where you want to sit on that. The trouble I have with this heifer is the way she goes off of her hind leg, a little concise in the way that she travels from behind. I'd like to loosen her up just a bit, but in terms of scale and stature and length, you have to like that heifer. I didn't read her being quite as nice up through her front end as the top two cattle we have in this particular group. I like this heifer when she stands in terms of her depth of body, her spring of rib, the volume that she's got. Set her in motion, she gets just a little piece here in her top line. Wants to funnel a bit from hooks to pins as well, but a good, useful kind of a female that I think's got quality. She elevated in this class and kept making the pull because of her depth of body, her spring of rib. She's got a good construction to her hind leg, just gets a little piecier when we set the cattle in motion. Good heifer to come out next, one that's got some density, some volume to her, maybe not quite the extras in terms of bone and feature, but I think this heifer is still green and very useful and honest in her condition. I think this heifer is going to continue to feed into it. I think this one's going to be a really nice yearling from a structure perspective. I like this heifer. She's laid in good in the angle of her shoulder, maybe not quite as opened up today, but I still think good kind of cattle. This one's a little opposite of that. She is a little more ready to roll, really bold-bodied. Good job. Really bold-bodied, lots of springer rib, lots of volume to her, a little plainer up through her front end. I'd like to peel just a little bit of condition off right there, but I like her depth of body. She's got an easy keeping look to her, one that's got some quality as well. This next heifer, when she just settles in and just relaxes, she's a little tense on her pasture, but I think there's far-reaching pieces in this heifer in terms of length of body, her extension, the sharpness of her facial feature. She opens up a little more at the base of her shoulder, not just wanting to sit down on her hind leg. I think that'll come with time. That's a good heifer, lots of length, lots of power, maybe as much boldness as any heifer we've got in the group. We work on down the line, still 4 good cattle. This one's really attractive, needs just a bit more to her, but I like the look she gives you. A deep-bodied heifer here, gets a little piecey and wavy in her top line. A little more moderate heifer here that's got a good look, a little stiltier up and through her shoulder. Then we close out with this heifer that's got a nice pattern to her. She just wants to swing her front feet out just a little bit, and we need to make her a little stronger in her top line. But a very, very good class of Angus females.
Another really nice class of these Charolais females, just a really powerful female to win the class. Puts a lot of good things together, along with being the high-performing, stout-made, kind of high-performance female in here. She's also, I think, really sound. She tracks around the ring really good. She's good off both ends, has that extra bit of rib, extra bit of dimension in her from one end to the other. Still attractive made up in her front end. She balances up nice. I think she just kind of finds her way to the top pretty quick in this class. And I think as we follow with this young lady's heifer that comes second, a heifer that's maybe not as ties in neat as in her shoulders. She gets a little bit out in her shoulders. She wants to break right in there behind her shoulders, not give us that smooth look that we have in our class winner, a female that gets probably not quite, and I don't think any of these heifers in here carry the dimension and performance that we have in our class winner. But this is a female that I think kind of fits in there and kind of finds her way to second. Then we start dealing with maybe a couple of these heifers that from a structure standpoint, when we get them down at the ground, some things we'd like to change on them. Young lady's heifer that comes next, I think it's a female that's got a tremendous amount of future. She's pretty green right now, but I think, where we'd like to change her a little is when you look at her right from her knee down to the ground, she wants to turn out, twist on us a little bit, not be as straight and sound as we'd like for her to be on that front end structure, but this is a female that's got some future. If we can get around that and get her kind of squared up, I think she's a heifer that's sure got a lot of good to her. She ties in neat into her shoulders. She carries back with some length of top and length of hip, and I think when we compare her to the young lady's heifer that stands next, I think she's just a little sounder in that structure standpoint. Young lady's heifer that follows out's got a tremendous amount of power. She's big-boned, big-footed. She wants to kind of come apart a little bit and come to us in 3 pieces, want to break out in her front end and not really give us the sound structure that we'd like to see, but good female, it's got a lot of future. Congratulations to these, a nice class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 3 in our Charolais show, led by Emma Adams from Lamar County 4-H, followed by McKenna Mustin, Rockdale FFA, followed by Mary Claire Goyen from Alvin FFA, and Jalen Grosklos from Erath County 4-H.
Really nice January single entry in this class. Female that's really wide base. She's wide off both ends. She's got some true dimension to her. Got some real I guess kind of a female that from a standpoint of having some width of top, a width of hip, having some dimension from one end to the other, it's a female you sure have to appreciate. She gets around the ring pretty well, kind of covers her stride. She's a female that's fairly attractive in the way she's put together. We'll look forward to bringing this heifer back. Congratulations, a really nice January effort to win this class.
That was a really nice single entry in our Charolais show, shown by Corbin Hunt, Hallsville FFA. That was Class 4. Over in our Angus show on our west side, that first big class, led by Bodie Shipman from Johnson County 4-H, followed by Anniston Bray, Lamar County 4-H. Then Kylie Wing, Cisco FFA, followed by Carson Peterson, Grayson County 4-H. In fifth, Emily Gowan from Troy FFA. And right behind her, another entry from Emily Gowan, also from Troy FFA. Seventh, Cade Landers, Runnels County 4-H. Followed by Maxie Lewis, Jack County 4-H. Then Chloe Tompkins from Sweeney FFA and Hadley Howe from Somerville FFA.
Another good class of females here, and some variation in type and kind in this particular group, but heifer that wins the class, I think, is pretty undeniable in terms of her look and her feature, and yet with that, she's the one that motors with as much flexibility as any heifer we've got in the group. Set in good at the angle of her shoulder, good in her knee. I really like the construction of her hind legs. She's, again, the most effortless when you set the cattle in motion. And with that, she pieces together good from the side, sets her neck up good at the top of her shoulder, and then with that, has some punch as you get up and on top of her. So I think a real useful kind of a female that, to me, gets right away with the class. Then I think you make some decisions, because when they stand, I like this heifer in second as good as any of them in terms of being bold in her rib cage, really a big body kind of a female, a lot of capacity. It's got some substance to her as well. She disassembles a little bit up and through her shoulder, doesn't set down on her hock and her pastern quite as nicely as the class winner does, but that's one that's enormous in her rib shape. I love the volume that she brings to the table. Just a little piecier when we set the cattle in motion in relation to the heifer that leads off the class. This heifer's got a lot of future. She's a little greener condition today. I like the look and the pattern this heifer has. She gets a little flatter in the lower 1/3 of her body cavity, and with that, I didn't read her structure being any better than the heifer we had in second. She gets a little off right in her top line, but I like that heifer's boldness for being that lean and that skinny. I think that heifer's got some continuation and some future to her. Then you got probably a little more of a finished product here from the standpoint, a little bolder made kind of a female. It's a little further along. Probably want to just peel off a little condition on this heifer, and she wants to get just a little coarser up and through her shoulder. She'll pigeon on her front end there just a little bit, but you want one that's bold and massive and could make a herd bull. This one's got it. She's got lots of performance, lots of weight per day of age, and really bold in terms of her makeup. For me, I'd like to just alter her structure a bit, bring her shoulder into her just a notch and make her a little more flexible. The next heifer is a little fresher in her look, especially at the top of her neck and up through her front end. She too, though, like the heifer right ahead of her, gets a little stiffer off in terms of her movement, and with that is probably just a little more one-dimensional as you get up on top of the cattle. Here's a big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come out next. Just a little duller from the profile in relation to the heifers up ahead of her. Big-bodied, easy-keeping look, lots of rib and volume. Got to clean her up at the base of her neck and give her a little more scope up front. Next heifer's got that extra femininity. There's just not enough horsepower in that heifer to get her up in this class. Then we close out with 3 good cattle. They've got some density and some boldness to them. They maybe don't hook up as good from the profile, don't have quite as much silhouette to them, but still useful kind of cattle that should make productive brood cows.
Over on our Charolais side, we get ready to pick this first set of division champions, and really a nice set of cattle out here in the ring. I think we've had the top end of these classes have been really good. Cattle that I think from a structure standpoint, they kind of do what I'd like for them to do from a rib shape and design and the way they're put together. They're sure the kind of cattle I like to see. I think for me, it gets pretty easy place to start. We're going to start with this young man to win this division. It's a heifer calf that I think's got a tremendous amount of future, a lot of good to her. Congratulations. We'll pull this heifer in that's behind her. We'll get a chance to look at our heifers for reserve division, but congratulations to our division champion.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That's your champion Charolais heifer calf, shown by Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. Your reserve champion Charolais heifer calf comes from Emma Harden, also from Class 2 from Axtell FFA. Some results from our Angus show. Class 2 was led by Nolan Hunt from Walker County 4-H, followed by Kaiser Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H, Brigham Kelly, Fayette County 4-H, followed by Leyland Maxwell, Wise County 4-H, Brandon Schwab from Guadalupe County 4-H, Paisley Campbell, Kimball County 4-H, and 7th, Wesley Wagner from Falls County 4-H, followed by Opal Keeling, Centerville FFA. And 9th, Hunter Miller from Randall County 4-H, followed by Charlie Ortiz from Elgin FFA.
little smaller class here, but a good class. I think a heifer that finds herself to the front again with relative ease for me, just because of her movement, her flexibility off both ends, the angulation of her shoulder. I really like the construction of this heifer's hind leg, and I think that's her advantage over the heifer that comes in two, the way she's built in her hock as she goes to the ground. I think her shock absorber works a little better there in terms of her foot placement. Her pastern strength is good. I like that heifer's look from the side as well, one that, again, to me is good now, but will continue to be a nice female as we take her on into a yearling. The next heifer is a little more powerful as you get up on top of them. She's really bold in terms of her top shape and spread out of her hip. She gets a little straighter at the edge of her shoulder, just a little tighter in terms of her hock placement as we compare her to the heifer that leads off the class. But like the boldness, like the stoutness and the internal dimension this heifer brings to the table, was still a good look from the side. The next heifer we need to redesign structurally, but we get into some structural issues here as we go on down the line. This heifer's big-bodied, lots of capacity, lots of volume to her. I'd like to peel just a little condition off this heifer. I wish she moved a little better than what she does off of her front end, but I think as you start weighing total, she's the one that puts the next most positives together. The next heifer is probably a little trendier up through her front end. She too's a bold-bodied, stout-ended kind of a female that's got some pin width. She wants to disassemble a little more in her shoulder. She too struggles just a little more in terms of her movement off either end of her framework. The next heifer has a little more femininity, a little more length of side to her, and probably moves just a shot better than the two heifers right ahead of her. She also gets just a little crestier at the top of her neck and deeper down and through the floor of her chest. So you decide where you want to sit on her. You can swap her up a couple spots if you see fit. Next heifer's got a good pattern. It's just when we set her in motion, she wants to get just a little tight and gathered up in terms of her skeletal design. I'd like to just loosen her up a bit. Then the heifer we close with probably is just a shade more flexible. She runs out of bone and is just a little more deficient in terms of power in relation to some of these other heifers in the class.
Really an interesting class over on our Charolais side. The female that wins the class, she does it just because of her dimension from one end to the other. She's bigger ribbed, higher volume, more width and dimension than the females that stand beside her, but she also has some problems that we just gotta address. This female's a little wide at her shoulder, she's a little wide at her knee, will come down to the ground out a little bit more than I'd like for her to be. She's probably a little further along condition-wise than I'd like for her to be. But today in this class of females, we have to go with that extra bit of true natural rib shape, dimension, volume that this heifer brings to the ring, realizing we got some problems we got to deal with. But she's sure good enough and bulky enough and powerful enough to win the class. Heifers that stand below her, these are a couple of really nice females. And I always tell these young ladies that I think as you take these heifers, if you'll get these heifers bred, get these heifers into a little more maternal mode, they're going to be really a nice set of these females, and they're going to get around the heifer that stands above them because from a structure standpoint, they're better at the ground. Today, they don't have enough rib shape. They get a little tighter in the way they're put together. They don't give us a true bulk and body and maternal look that we have in our class winner. But I think it's females, I think they're females that have that future in them. Just got to get them going. You just got to kind of get a little bit extra rib shape in them, a little bit more dimension, get them bred and get them to where they look maternal. And I think you'll see these heifers get a little further up and as we go on down the road. A couple of nice females. They're really attractive made, sounder made in their front end structure, obviously, than our class winner. Today, they're just going to be shelled out a little bit and not have quite as much true bulk and body in them that we have in the heifer that wins the class. Congratulations on 3 really good females.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was Class 7 in our Charolais show, led by Kayla Parrish, Coryell County 4-H, followed by Hannah Ivy from West FFA, and then Casey Randall from Concordia Lutheran FFA. Over in our Angus show, Class 3 was led by Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Followed by Abigail Koenig from De Leon County FFA. Then Kanan Peters, Onalaska FFA. Kadale Keeling from Centerville FFA, followed by Addison Seiler, Bronte FFA. Then Benton Bowman from Midland County 4-H, and then Bethany Seiler from Bronte County FFA.
Really interesting class of these fall heifers in the Charolais side. Female that wins the class, this young lady's heifer is just a really nice prospect. You know, she's not the most of anything, but she's the best at everything in this class. She's the best at the ground. She's best in her rib shape. She's just put together right. She's sound. She's functional. She's attractive. Ties in neat into her shoulder. Carries back with a tremendous amount of rib. Lots of hip in this heifer. Just really you know, she maybe isn't as blessed with a hair coat like some of these other heifers. She may not be quite as flashy, but that's a really good young Charolais female. I think's got a tremendous future in her. Young lady's got a really nice one to lead this class. We have a pair of these heifers in the middle, and there's some, you know, there's some obvious things we got to work around. The heifer that comes in second, you know, probably in the rib shape and body and bulk, you know, you just love her. She wants to really kind of roll in on her front feet down at the ground. You watch her walk into you. She's going to kind of step on the sides of those and not square up, not really sound up in her shoulders. We'd like for her to be, like to just make her just a little better off that front end when we get her out on the move. Young man's heifer that comes next gives up a little bit of rib, gives up a little bit of flank. Attractive maid, but she's also got a problem on both ends probably. Not going to be quite as sound when we stand behind her, watch her walk away from us. She wants to roll in at the ground. She doesn't want to take a real sound, solid stride. Female would like to change it. Young lady's heifer that comes out next, just a really good female. She's got in a tough class, got 3 heifers standing above her that are pretty hard to get around. But this heifer's, you know, she's a moderate made, big body, just a really nice female. From a structure standpoint, we're going to pick on her a little bit. She wants to kind of break in there behind her shoulders, doesn't want to be as sound moving as we like for her to be, but just a really good female, I think, that's got a lot of future. So congratulations to these exhibitors. Give them a nice hand, again, on a good set of females.
Another good set of these Angus heifer calves here in our January class. A big husky one to lead off, one that's really bold and dimensional, and you like that about her. Yet with that, I think she still moves with some comfort at the ground. She's very flexible. This one is very, very wide all the way through, and yet got the right kind of shape to her hock. Yet with that extra feature, I still think puts it together in a pretty elegant package. One that's opened up, she's stout, she's dense, she's pretty comfortable, pretty solid heifer here to lead off the class. I like this heifer in second as well, and she was the first one that come in. I thought, this will take a pretty nice one to beat this one because of her look, her extension, her attractiveness. Probably is maybe just a little tidier up front even than what our class winner is. She runs out of feature and horsepower, though, in relation to the heifer that wins the class. Wants to pull her hocks together just a little bit. It's a collection of little things, I think, sorts her into the second spot. That's a good heifer from the side. She's balanced, she's attractive, really sleek in terms of her look and her presence, just not as much of her as the heifer we have that grabs the blue ribbon in this class. And then as we get on down here, third on down, you know, some differences between these cattle. I thought those two kind of found themselves, and then you start working through it. But I think, to me, the next most functional heifer is the one that comes in third. From a structure standpoint, you like this heifer, the way she's hinged off either end of her framework. Got to settle her in her tail head just a little bit, and I think that'd help her look just a bit. She, too, has just a little more neck down into the base of her neck there and into her jawline. But that's a good, opened up kind of a female that has some body and should make a pretty good brood cow. Same for the next heifer, deep in the center part of her rib cage. Really like the middle section of this heifer extremely well. She gets just a little plainer, though, as you study her from the side. Doesn't hook up with quite that extra bells and whistles of those cattle that precede her in the class. Here's a big, long, stretchy heifer to come out next. I like the extra extension she brings to the table as you study her from the side. She gets just a little tippy on her front end, a little set out in her shoulder, and that's where I would change the heifer. But I certainly one that I think has some feature, some substance, and some dimension in her. A big-footed heifer that's got some bone work underneath of her. Just need to set that shoulder back in her just a bit. This heifer gives us a real good look. One that's got a lot of presence and a lot of balance to her, a little emptier middle and a little more up and down in her hock, just a little more tubular in her design, but really attractive up through her front end. That split-eared heifer's got a good look about her. So does this heifer. She, too, like the one right ahead of her, just needs to be softened up, but really carved in nice to the base of her neck, up through her front end, a little stilty when you ask you to get out and travel. A little lower performing heifer here, but I like the quality she brings, one that's got a nice look. Just got to see a little more WDA in that heifer to get her up in the class. Next heifer's big-bodied, a lot of volume, a little plainer up front. Need to hook this one up a little better from the side, but she's nice and fresh in terms of her condition. Still pretty strong there in her top line. Then the heifer that closed the class, we just need to see a little more density, but she's still a quality heifer that has some flexibility to her.
That was a very nice breakdown from Dr. Bloomberg of Class 4 in our Angus show, led by Braxton Cole from Floyd County 4-H, followed by Brindley Williams, Wascom FFA, then Autry Kelm, Thrall FFA, Dalton Birdwell, Bryson FFA. In fifth, William Landers, Runnels County 4-H, followed by Colin Miller, Randall County 4-H. Then Holly White, Commerce FFA. Corbin Milberger from Victoria County 4-H. And then another entry from Corbin Milberger from Victoria County 4-H in ninth, followed by Kylie Alexander, Brazoswood FFA.
Really nice set of these summer females in this class of Charolais heifers. And the female that wins the class, pretty easy, finds her way to the top. This is a big-ribbed, high-volume female. I appreciate the top end of the class on these heifers that are kind of starting to show some production. See, these heifers are bred. She's starting to show some udder development. But along with it, I think you sure have to appreciate her. She's from the ground up. I think she's a female that she stands on plenty of foot, plenty of substance. She carries out with lots of rib and lots of dimension. You know, she's a heifer that I think just puts the most good things together, kind of easy, finds her way to the top. Young lady's heifer that comes second is similar to her in kind. We just don't have as much of her. She bring this heifer around, we talk about her as she walks out. Female that when we compare her to our class winner, you look at her right up in her shoulder structure, right behind her shoulder, she's going to come apart on us. She isn't going to want to be as sound as our class winner. She's a female that doesn't have that, probably doesn't have quite as much true mass from one end to the other as our class winner, but still a really good female, long-necked, some length at top, length of spine, get her down on the ground, and she's a heifer that's going to track out, cover her tracks, just be a nice female. Another big ribbed, high volume female this young lady brings next, heifer that's probably starting to maybe push a little bit of extra condition right into her chest. She doesn't want to probably be quite as attractive made as those heifers that stand above her, but you have to appreciate her from the standpoint if you're just going to look for a cow prospect down the road, this is one you're really going to be drawn to. Young lady's heifer that comes out next, you know, really attractive made. She is long-necked and long-spined. She doesn't look like, to me, she's not as far along in production as those heifers that stand above her. She gets a little shallow in the way she's put together, a little tighter, not quite as much true dimension and cow prospect as we have in our class winner, but good set of females all the way through. Congratulations.
As we get to our selection of our calf champion here in the Angus show, really a good division. I think a lot of good cattle that come through the ring. And again, I don't know if our class winners necessarily look alike. I think there's some differences between them. But again, I think that you have to judge what comes to you, and good cattle come in different shapes and sizes. And you know, if you have watched me judge before, again, I think they got to be sound, and then we start building them after that. And that's what we tried to do in each of these classes, was find the heifers that move the best, and then we start adding some extras on top. I thought we had a really good class out of class one. We had as many numbers, but I think the quality was really down the line, and I like this pair of cattle extremely well out of class one. This heifer won the class because she's a little nicer up through her front end, laid in just a little better at the point of her shoulder. This heifer's got a really, really good running gear underneath of her. I think one that's very, very flexible as you actually get out and go. She's in April. We got a March and then a February and a January in this division. So she gives up a little bit in terms of substance, and she's a little greener, but she should be. She's younger. I like this heifer really well. I think she's going to have a bright, bright future. We talked about in class, you could settle her in her tailhead, and that's obviously a minute criticism, but that's where I think we need to tweak her. But I really like her flexibility, her range of motion, and still has a good look to her from the side. The March heifer out of class two is one that's a big, stout, robust kind of a female. You like the foot and bone. Really a big foot underneath this heifer, still with some substance of bone. You know, she's one that, again, we talked about, just really useful in terms of the way that she travels off both ends with some extra feature. Want to get critical of her, she might just weaken right behind her shoulder a little bit in her top line, but again, I think one that's really well built in terms of her stoutness, really well built from the side, and it looks like an Angus brood cow in terms of the body and substance that she brings to the table. Probably the most moderate framed heifer in the group comes out of our third class, one that's really low to the ground, really soft-bodied, and still really agile as you actually get out and go. She doesn't blow you away in terms of power and width, but I think this is a really fault-free kind of a female with a lot of balance and symmetry to her. Is she as heavy-duty in her stoutness? Is she as opened up as some of the other cattle out here? Maybe not, but I still think a really good kind of female that'll make an extra good kind of a replacement. Then a big husky opened up heifer that wins the January class, one that's really dense in her feature, one that's really good in terms of as you take her to the ground, in terms of heaviness of structure, stoutness all the way through. You know, is she maybe as tidy as the younger heifers up front? No, but she's already past a year of age, and I think this heifer's certainly good enough in that regard in terms of the freshness that she has. One that's so stout, so powerful, so good in her lines, but yet still moves well. That's a good female as well. So we got good seconds. I thought we had some close calls within the classes. Still a really good set of females out here. Let's give our exhibitors a good round of applause. We'll get you a calf and a reserve calf here in our Angus show.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That's our Angus Show calf division, heifer calf division. Champion comes from Class 4. Braxton Cole from Ford County 4-H. Reserve champion comes from Class 2 and is exhibited by Nolan Hunt from Walker County 4-H.
First call, Angus Class 9. First call, Angus Class 9. First call, Charlotte Class 14. First call, Charlotte Class 14.
Over on our Charolais side, and just really quickly, if you're in this business and you're in the cattle business, you understand you get a cool morning, you get cattle that outweigh kids by 1,000 pounds, and it's not unusual to, I mean, it's just part of the business. And I'll give this young lady credit. I know, and all the young ladies that are in the ring, they've all worked towards trying to get this worked out and allow her to get her heifer shown. They've all done, everybody's worked in the same way to try to make this happen. So, it's just part of the business, just part of being around livestock. So it's not unusual. Cool mornings always bring out the, kind of bring them out, and don't worry about it. Just make sure you keep ahead of it and stay on it. Today, for us, I think our female that wins the last class, she pretty much dominates this division. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations to this young lady. We're gonna run with this heifer for reserve. Did a nice job. Congratulations to all of you out here. Good job. Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That's our Charolais show. And our champion junior heifer shown by Lexi Hughes in West FFA. The reserve champion junior heifer comes from Molly Welch in Troy FFA.
Climb into this next division of Angus in a very competitive group here. Maybe not the most popular time to cab, but I think 7 really nice females in this particular class. heifer that wins, I think, does so because of her look and her eye appeal, and yet with that, she's the one that as you take them from the ground up is the most flexible, really stays good off of her hind leg, a lot of stability from hock to ground. I think where she's got an advantage over the heifer that comes in second is just the way she motors as you watch the cattle come at you and go away from you. And yet with that, a pleasing look from the side, really elegant, really attractive, and still fresh in terms of her condition. The heifer that comes in second is big and stout and robust, maybe just a little more performance even than our heifer that wins the class. With that, she gets a little more rigid in her hock and the way she sets down, particularly her left hind, but I like that heifer in terms of being bold and stout and opened up. Not quite as good in her top line as the heifer we have that wins the class, but still a useful kind of a female with a dynamic look from the side. Good heifer in third, and she gets up here in third because of her skeleton, one that's very flexible off of her rear leg. I love the construction this heifer has in terms of movement, slope, and angulation to her shoulder. Doesn't have some of the extras of the top two cattle in this particular class, but I think in terms of movement, she's the one that I like third best, and that's why she climbed up here into that spot. Next heifer I really like standing still. Good bodied, nicely presented heifer with some look to her. Set her in motion. She gets just a little stiffer off either end, a little tighter in terms of her movement. I like her body shape. I like her volume. I like her capacity. Just gets a little tippy on those rear toes. I'd like to set her to slope and pasture just a little more as well. A little more stretch and extension. The next heifer, I like the flexibility she brings to the table. Wants to get a little deeper down into the floor of her chest and just a little plainer in terms of her look. Want to say she's a little sounder, I could buy a switch and get her up a spot in this class. I didn't read her having quite as much presence and generating ability as the heifer right ahead of her. And still a good heifer to close the class, one that's got some extension, really a long-sided heifer, and again, pretty comfortable in terms of her movement. Just a little plainer up through her front end, a little flatter in the lower part of her body shape, but still a quality heifer here to close out a very competitive December class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 7 in our Angus show, led by Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H, followed by Brigham DeBoard, Ellis County 4-H, then Cadence Adcock from Academy FFA, Bo Woodall from Dawson FFA, and fifth, Ellie Charouse from Harris County 4-H, then Benton Bowman from Midland County 4-H, some previous class results. In our Angus show, Class 4 was led by Braxton Cole from Floyd County 4-H, followed by Brindley Williams, Wascom FFA. Then Autry Kelma from Thrall FFA. Dalton Birdwell, Bryson FFA, followed by William Landers, Runnels County 4-H. Then Colin Miller from Randall County 4-H. Holly White, Commerce FFA. Corbin Milberger from Victoria County 4-H. Followed by, again, Corbin Milberger from Victoria County 4-H and Kylie Alexander from Brazoswood FFA. Some class results from our Charlet show. Class 8 was led by Molly Welch from Troy FFA, followed by Katie Summit, Fannindale FFA, then Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H, and then Emily Fulp, Crawford FFA. Class 10 in our Charlet show was led by Lexi Hughes from West FFA, followed by Mary Claire Goyen from Alvin FFA. Then Emma Harden, Axtell FFA, and then Brooklyn Santa Maria from Columbia FFA.
Really interesting class of these older Charlet females. Nice pair of these heifers on the top. A lot of differences, not a lot of similarities, but the difference for me, I guess, where they break apart is our class winner, a little further along in production, shows us a little more udder development. She's a female that sure has a tremendous cow look to her. She's a big ribbed, high volume, really a wide made, wide based, attractive made female. But I just appreciate the fact that she, when we compare her to the heifer that stands next to her, farther along in production, shows us a little more udder development. Looks like to me she's really getting a lot closer when we start talking about where we're going to get them to calve at, how do we get them to calve, and where we reach. This young man's heifer that comes next, really attractive mate. I mean, this is a long neck, ties in neat into her shoulder, has some rib shape, maybe not as much bulk and true to depth of body and depth of rib as females on either side of her. And I think a lot of it goes back. We get her just a tick further along in production, get a little more udder in her, a little more flank in her. She'll carry out with the heifers that stand on both sides of her, but it's just a nice female that's just really put together. She's wide base, she tracks out, just attractive made. Young lady's heifer that comes next, starting to shorten up that front end a little bit as we walk this heifer out of here. Talk about her, she gets a little shorter right the way from her head into her shoulders. She shortens that neck up, gets a little more chest in her. Not quite as attractive made. She's big ribbed. She's got some udder development. She is a female that when you look at her from a cow's prospect, from her shoulders back, just like her as well as anything in the ring, but today she's just not as attractive. She gets really too jammed up in her front end. Young lady's heifer that comes next, when we compare to the heifers that are standing above her, female that just doesn't give us the true dimension that we have in those heifers on the front end. She gets a little narrower down at the ground, not as wide base. Same way as the young man's heifer follows out. Heifer that just wants, from a structure standpoint, a female that wants to kind of break at her shoulder. She wants to tighten in right behind her shoulder, not be as sound and functional as we need in these heifers to win the class. But congratulations on a good set of females.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 13 in our Charlet show, led by Landry Lefesti from Melam County 4-H, followed by Creed Vineyard, Wise County 4-H, then Haley Garrick, McLennan County 4-H, in fourth, Avery Hunt, Hallsville FFA, and then Jacob Fulp from Crawford FFA. In the ring right now in our Charlet show, the last class, Class 14, single entry from Jace Fortner from Warren FFA. Looking forward to Mr. Sankey's breakdown of this calf.
Single entry in this class, and really a good female. This is an attractive made heifer. Look at the way she ties in, the way her neck comes up out of her shoulders. She ties into those shoulders, carries back with some rib and dimension, and still, a female that, from an udder quality standpoint, she's starting to show us that she's in production. She's getting close. She's a female that sure looks like she's got a lot of things that we sure appreciate about her, like her down at the ground. So this is a good single entry. We'll look forward to bringing her back when we bring this division out. Congratulations on this female. Get ready to pick this division champion. Three pretty good females out here, but you know, for me today, I think this young man's heifer that wins her last class, she's pretty much the kind of female that I'd like to see at the end of the day. She's attractive made. She's got some rib shape. She's sound at the ground, has some other development. She's going to be our division champion. Going to follow with the young lady in behind her for reserve. Congratulations on a nice set of these females.
It's another good class here of September, October heifers on the Angus side, and I think a close placing between these two heifers, but I think they're both very, very nice. Now, they're very different in terms of type and kind, and the difference I see in them, probably just a little more horsepower in this heifer that wins the class in terms of boldness of body and spread up high, and I read it out of the backside of her shoulder. I think she's one that's just a little more genuine as you take her in terms of with the pins down to the ground as well. You know, where she, I think, has an advantage, too, is just in terms of internal dimension, substance, and strength in relation to our heifer in second. Now, she'll roll just a little bit off of her front feet, and that's where I'd probably tweak on her a little bit, but it doesn't affect her movement in terms of reach off both ends. That heifer's dense and powerful, like the stoutness that she brings to the table as well. I like the heifer in second in terms of the refinement, the extra extension that she has, one that's really nice out of her hip. She's a heifer that's really flexible and probably toes just a little truer ahead up front. She's a little duller at the top of her neck and down and through her chest and not pried apart as quite as wide at her base as the heifer that wins the class. It doesn't want to stay quite as nice in her top line, but I think those are minute differences between a pair of very, very nice cattle. I like the heifer in third as well. Nice, attractive look, very fresh in her condition, one that moves well. I like the comfort and the reach that she has off both ends. She just doesn't have as much capacity, doesn't have as much volume, and gets just a little flatter right in behind her shoulder in relation to our top two. But that's still a very useful kind of a heifer from a structure standpoint. I like the build. I like the intensity of her hind leg. That's a good heifer. Just need to see more of her in relation to our top pair. Same goes for the heifer in fourth. A quality look, quality presence to this heifer from the side. She just runs out of strength in relation to those cattle on up the line. A little flatter made kind of a female, but very, very high quality, high neck attachment, really sound on her feet and legs. Just as a bit of a disappearing act as we get behind them, just like to spread her apart a notch, but she's still a really, really good heifer. This next female's got some extras in terms of body and mass, volume and stoutness. You like all those things about her. She's just a little piecier in her design, a little higher there in her top line, a little off in terms of her hip. Doesn't stay quite as collected when we set the cattle in motion. Next heifer's a good female as well, real cowy. I like the softness that she brings to the table. A little deeper in the floor of her chest, kind of throws off her balance just a bit. Then we close on down the line, 4 good cattle, pretty functional from an athleticism perspective. They're cattle that has some doability to them. They just don't hook up with quite as much balance and eye appeal. Some of the extras of those cattle we have in a very competitive class.
Second call.
Get ready to pick our champion Charolais female. These 3 division champions and our reserves, just really good cattle. I think it's, you know, for me, from the standpoint of, you know, finding what I like to see in these cattle, I think it starts at the ground, but then you try to add some extra mass and dimension to them and to still make them as attractive and ladylike as we can, make them maternal in their appearance, make them females that I just think we can kick out. Doesn't matter what color they are, their quality is what matters, and we have 6 really high quality cattle in the ring. We can kind of look at them as you look at these division champions. I see a lot of similarities in them. I see these are cattle that are just, I think, have a tremendous future. These exhibitors have worked pretty hard to get here early this morning and show these on a cool morning. Give them a nice hand and we'll pick our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And with that, in our Charolais show, your grand champion Charolais heifer comes from the senior heifer division. Jace Fortner from Warren FFA. Your reserve grand champion, Charlotte Heifer, comes from the Heifer Calf division, exhibited by Creed Vineyard from Wise County 4-H. Not to leave out our reserve champion senior heifer coming from class 13 from Landry Livestock from Milam County 4-H.
Nice trio of females here in this class. I think all of them have some things that you can sure build on as you take them into the cow pen. But heifer that wins, I just think, puts the most intangibles together in terms of body and mass and volume, yet still with a good structural base underneath of her. A nice footed heifer that's clean in her joints and good in her top line. A heifer that's got some feature and some substance about her as well. I think where she gets a decided advantage over these other cattle is just capacity and volume. I like the broodiness that she brings to the table and still flexible on the go. Nice heifer to lead off the class. Good heifer in second as well. She's one that can get out and cover her track. One that's got pretty good slope and angle to her shoulder as well. Gets a little piece here in her top line and just wants to empty out a little bit right in there in her forerib and back into her flank, but still a solid heifer, one that, again, from a comfort level you like, just doesn't have as much to her from a broodiness perspective as our heifer that wins the class. Heifer that comes in third is another nice one from a structure standpoint. I like the way this heifer gets out and covers her track and grabs the ground. A heifer that's got some length of body to her as well. Maybe wants to come out just a little lower out of the point of her shoulder. Doesn't have quite the pizzazz from the side as what our top two heifers bring to the table in this class. But I like this heifer. She's solid in her design. Big-footed heifer that's mobile, going to make a good brood cow. That's a good trio of heifers here in this class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 9 in our Angus show, led by Riley Gowan from Bell County 4-H, followed by Destiny Williams from Waller County 4-H, then followed by Lacey Williams from Waller County 4-H. In our Angus show, Class 8 was led by Barrett Howe, Somerville FFA, followed by Kaylin Kaiser from Dublin FFA, Hadley Howe, Somerville FFA, followed by Kaylee Byler from Bangs FFA, then Bo Woodall, Dawson FFA. In 6, Caden Schroeder from Burleson County 4-H. Then Wyatt McCam from Angleton FFA. Then Erica Jones, Grapevine FFA. In 9th, Madison Cross, Holland FFA. And Adriana Ogeen from Hutto FFA.
Start our limousine show with just really a good female to win this class. And I think she kind of comes in here and pretty easily finds her way to the top end. And you can both ends. You can work your way from her front back or from her back forward and find something really good about this female you really appreciate. Young lady does a great job of getting her set up, getting her shown. She pulls that neck up and gets this heifer really presented right. And I think, you know, along with the job she does showing her, she got a great female, I think, to do that with. This heifer is attractive made. She ties in neat into her shoulder. Like the way her neck comes up out of her shoulder. She's got some length of front end. She carries back with plenty of rib shape and plenty of dimension. Get her down on the ground, and she's still a good female that's sound and solid and tracks around the ring good. Just a pretty easy place to start. And then I think it probably gets to be a little bit more of a challenge when you work your way down from there. But I think the young man's heifer that comes second, as he turns and walks her out, it's a female that she ties in a little neater into her neck. She's a little longer neck than the female that stands behind her. She's got that extra bit of rib. What I really appreciate about her, though, is she's longer in her hip structure. She's longer out through her pins and down into her hips. She's got a little more true dimension. Young man's heifer that comes next, heifer that's got some rib shape and that's got some volume to her. She gets a little shorter, just her kind of length of hip. She's from her hooks back into her pin. She's really short in that top, kind of gets under it a little bit. Female that doesn't give us that true length that we have in those heifers that stand above her. Then this young man's heifer that comes next, I think it's a great prospect. I think she's got a tremendous future to her. She's green today when we compare to the heifers that stand above her. I think the biggest thing we got to do with her, just let her mature a little bit, kind of let her get a little more body in her if we're going to get her up on the front end. But good set of females. Congratulations on this class of females. Give these exhibitors a nice hand.
It's a really nice pair of heifers here in this class. Heifer that we're going to start the class with, to me, just a little fresher as you study her up through her front end. And I know she's not as far along in calf as our heifer in second, but I just really like the streamlined look this heifer gives us, one that's got some strength to her top, and she still moves and motors well. I really like the eye appeal. I think her advantage over the heifer, it comes in second, the way she sits her tail head down in her, and she's a little better in the way her shoulder sits onto her body. That's a very quality heifer here that wins this class. I like a lot of things about this heifer in second. Big bodied, easy keeping, still real flexible as you actually get out and go. Starting to shake down a gorgeous udder in terms of refinements of teats. Gets a little softer in her top and a little higher in her tail head, and it doesn't maybe balance up quite as nice as our heifer that wins, but a real good kind of a female that's going to make an extra good brood cow for that young man. The next heifer gives up some size and performance and power to our top pair of cattle. I thought she was a little more appropriate in terms of her side view profile and her attractiveness. She too is going to be a little better in terms of her teat size than our heifer that comes out on the end. This is a nice heifer too, big-footed, heavy bone, like the density, and I think she's got some great pieces to her. She just doesn't blend it all together quite as nicely from end to end. A little coarser in her teat structure. I'd like to refine her udder design just a little bit, probably soften her up just a notch in her rear rib and flank, but still a good heifer in terms of foot bone, mass, and feature, though, to close out the class.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard Dr. Bloomberg break down Class 10 in our Angus show, led by Kaylin Kaiser from Dublin FFA, followed by Cade Landers, Runnell County 4-H, then Olivia Fine, Brazoria County 4-H, followed by Kylie Alexander, Brazoswood FFA. Earlier, Mr. Sankey broke down the first class in our limousine show, led by Brentley Wilkerson, Van Zant County 4-H, then Cash Wooten, from Magnolia FFA, followed by John Tanner Brown, Johnson County 4-H, and Bradley White from Liberty County 4-H.
Just pull them straight in that way. Here you go. Right over there. Right in there beside. Pretty interesting class of these Lemmy females. This heifer that wins the class, kind of intriguing, you know, as a prospect right now looking at her. She's got more bone and more substance and foot than we've seen come through the ring on both breeds, all the breeds of 2 breeds we've looked at so far. And she's kind of intriguing as just as a prospect to go down the road with. It'd be interesting to see this heifer in a year from now, see if she still really, if we appreciate the fact that she's got this extra bit of power and dimension to her, or if she's a female that as we go down the road with that little bit of chest that she has in her, if that gets to be more of an issue. But right now, you just can't take away from the true dominance this heifer has in this class. She is big topped, big hipped. She's good in her rib shape. She's good down at the ground. She's got some bone and substance and foot to her. That's the advantage, I think, when we compare her to these heifers that stand below her. This young lady's heifer that comes second, super attractive to look at. She is probably better from her chest floor right up through her neck. She's better in that length and extension. But when we compare her to that class winner, she just gets a little more refined down at the ground, doesn't stand on near the substance that heifer has that's above her, and doesn't have the true dimension that our class winner has from one end to the other. Same way with the young man's heifer that comes next. Female gets a little more refined when we start looking at her down at the ground. I appreciate that rib shape. She's as big ribbed and high volume as anything we have in this class, but when we compare her to the heifers that stand above her, she doesn't have quite as much power and dimension. Same way with the young man's heifer that comes next. A female that this stage of the game, we're going to have to just get a little more to her, get a little more rib and a little more substance to her if we're going to get her on the front end. But good set of females. Congratulations. Give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Thank you much, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 2 in our limousine show, led by Peyton DeFore, Godley FFA, followed by Audrey Edwards, Bonham FFA, then Ryan Schmee, Harris County 4-H, and Bradley White from Liberty County 4-H.
Get in here to Division II in our Angus show, and again, another quality set of cattle. Young people are really working their tails off. This has been a really good division. I thought each class had some decisions to make, and when you make those and then you get them out here, still, I think, a very competitive group. This heifer that wins the first class, I really like her look from the side, her extension. This heifer gets out and covers her track really well. I like the flexibility that she has. And that was a nice pair of cattle in that class. You got one in second that was a little stouter, but this one, I think, just in terms of her look and her presence from the side, the way she's built in her hind leg, and the way she's made up in through her shoulder, and then with that good quality look from the side. That's a very, very good heifer. You know, does she have some of the extra feature maybe like the heifer behind her or a couple of the other ones? No, but I think this heifer's good in a lot of areas and puts a lot of nice things together into one package. The one that's the stouty comes out of Class 2, and I thought that was a close placing as well. This heifer's really big-bodied, really powerful in her design, a big hind leg and a big foot underneath this female. Looks like she's going to have a really good udder as well, and you get her into production. You know, we talked about in class, does she roll a little on her front feet? Yeah. Is she maybe quite as high-headed in her neck attachment as some of the other ones? Probably not, but bold and stout, dimensional, a little different type out here maybe than the other cattle, but one that I think has a lot of generating value. The heifer out of Class 3 is a real deep-bodied, real soft-made kind of a heifer, like the flexibility and the reach that she has off both ends of her skeleton. Heifer that's just really bold and cowy in terms of her framework and her makeup. You know, is she maybe quite as attractive as a couple of the other ones? Maybe not, but I think that heifer is one that's going to make an extra good kind of a brood cow and a lot of good in her as well. And then our heifer that won a very competitive last class here, a lot of the same type as our heifer that wins Class 1 in terms of that streamlined look. She's really fresh, really well balanced. You know, for her age, does she have quite as much to her? Perhaps not. But I think this heifer is really good in terms of the look, the eye appeal, and the freshness that she brings to the table, and still a very comfortable package. Could you see her maybe a little further along in calf? You know, again, she's a May. Looks like, you know, we're here in early March. You might want to see just a tick more udder development, but that's obviously a management decision. So again, I think that heifer is one that has a lot of value and a lot of quality to her. So it's a good set of heifers in this division. Let's give them, again, a good round of applause. The heifer that suits me best, if I was going to take them home, I like this heifer out of Class 1 to be the division champion. Congratulations.
Second call, limousine, Class 7. Second call, Angus Calf Division champion and reserve.
This class of limousine heifers, that for the wins the class, I think just puts the most good things together. When we compare to the heifer that stands behind her, she's better when we stand and look. She's wider when we look down her top. She's wider in her pin placement. She carries down with more width and dimension at the ground, stands on a little more foot, a little more substance. Just a really attractive made female that balances up nice. She's good in her neck extension. Just a female that puts a lot of good things together. I think she's very deserving of winning this class. Kind of a big framed, high growth female that comes next, which I appreciate about her. But I think when we start really analyzing her and comparing her to the heifer that stands above her, she wants to get a little narrow in her pin placement. She flattens out a little bit, gets into a little narrow down at the ground when we walk them out, and a female that just doesn't have that true width and dimension that our class winner has. Young man's heifer that comes next, big-bodied, kind of a high-volume female. She doesn't balance up like those heifers above her. She gets a little shorter up in her front end, carries in with a little more chest, doesn't want to balance up, doesn't want to give us that length and extension that we have in those two heifers that stand above her. But good set of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Give them a nice hand for bringing them out.
Thank you, gentlemen. In our Angus Heifer show, that was your junior heifer division. The champion junior heifer comes from Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Kaylin Kaiser in Dublin FFA. Class 3 in our limousine show was led by Caitlin Ayers from Panola County 4-H. Then Addison Wild, Falls County 4-H. And then John Tanner Brown from Johnson County 4-H. Currently in the ring now is Class 4 in our limousine show. Single entry from Gracie Bankston, Mansfield FFA.
Really nice single entry in our January class. Female that's just got some substance, some dimension. She's got some bones, got some foot. Along with it, you get on top of her, and she's got some width of top and carries down with some true width when we stand behind her and look at her. Just a really nice female. We'll look forward to bringing her back out. We do this division champion. Give this young lady a nice hand. Congratulations.
As we're moving along in this nice show, we've got some reminders. All exhibitors must have their registration papers at all times when they are exhibiting in the ring. Make sure that you are bringing your registration papers with you to the show ring. Also, this is still a blow and go only show. No product will be allowed in the hair of any heifer entering the ring, and if any is found, it will be turned back at the gate. No product allowed, and bring your registration papers with you.
This heifer here kind of dominates this class. This is a good one in terms of her power, her spread, her dimension, and yet just so really good in terms of her lines. This one's got some out there pieces for an Angus in terms of stoutness and substance, but yet with that quality look that she brings to the table. This one's built like a dozer, but moves really well. I think this heifer's starting to bag down and really utter up, and looks like she's going to enter motherhood here like when she should. It's a very good heifer here to lead off this class. It's a nice heifer in second as well. Really attractive. I really like the balance and the freshness this heifer brings to the table. Good hind leg construction underneath this heifer. She just kind of gets overwhelmed by the heifer that wins the class in terms of sheer power and mass, but that's a very, very quality heifer here to get the red ribbon in this class. Good heifer in third as well. I like the refinement and the tidiness that she has. With that, she's a little shorter made, a little shorter out of her hip. Doesn't have quite the internal dimension of the top two heifers in this group. I like this heifer's presence from the side. She's very fresh and honest in her condition. There's just not quite enough horsepower for me to get her up around that top pair. Another good heifer to come in fourth. Deep bodied, a lot of volume to this heifer. A little plainer down into the base of her neck, and just throws her off a little bit in terms of side view balance, but it's still a good, useful kind of a female. Going to make a productive cow. Short-tailed heifer's big ribbed. I like the capacity, like the volume that she brings to the table. She's one that's very fundamental in terms of her kind. Just a little plainer up front and doesn't have quite the extra look and pizzazz of those cattle in this very competitive class. Then the heifer that comes down here on the end, one that's got some length to her. She's probably a little more extended in her growth curve in terms of frame size, even than our heifer that goes out right ahead of her. She's the one that's the most deficient, though, in terms of her balance from the side, and doesn't have quite as much eye appeal, but still a female that's got a productive rib shape and moves out with some comfort.
Angus Calf Division champion animal to make it to the ring as soon as possible. Angus Calf Division champion.
get ready to pick our calf champion on the limousine side, and four pretty interesting individuals in the ring. You know, from our class winning standpoint, a lot of differences in kind and direction, and I think breeding pieces that as you look down the road with them, there's going to be some different endpoints and different kinds of cattle, but a lot of good standing out here, a lot of quality in all of these firsts and seconds out of these classes. Young exhibitors worked pretty hard to get here this morning. We'll give them a nice hand, but for me, pretty easy for me to find a class, our division champion of this young lady's out of our first class will be our division champion. Congratulations to her. We're going to follow up with this young lady out of the second class for reserve. Congratulations. Good set of cattle. Give these exhibitors, again, a nice hand.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That's our heifer calf division in our limousine show. Your champion heifer calf was shown by Brentley Wilkerson from Van Zant County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf in our limousine show comes from Peyton DeFore from Godly FFA. Back over in our Angus show, we've got Class 13, led by Braxton Cole, Floyd County 4-H, followed by Kylie Wing from Cisco FFA. Then Ronnie Johnson, Denton County 4-H. Dalton Birdwell from Bryson FFA. In fifth, William Landers, Runnels County 4-H. And Tucker Schluter from Briscoe County 4-H.
Got a beautiful heifer here to lead off this class and our next set of these yearlings. I believe our last class, really an up-headed, attractive kind of a heifer that's fresh and good in terms of her lines, yet still really nice udder development, really refined teat structure out at the corners like they like. This heifer's long and extended, still bold in her body and powerful in her rib shape. That's a very good heifer here to win this class. Heifer in second gets there just because of her density and her presence from the side. She doesn't have quite the extras of our class winner, but still a really useful kind of a female from a production standpoint. Big-footed, really a bull-bodied heifer that's well-made. Heifer that comes in third, a little more attractive than our heifer that closed the class. She gets a little deeper into the floor of her chest and maybe just a little tighter off of her rear leg, but I thought she had just a little more look to her as we compared to the heifer that closes. Big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to close the class. From a structure standpoint, I don't find fault with this heifer. She gets out and travels well. Just a little deeper down into the floor of her chest, a little open about her shoulder, but still pretty useful in terms of her makeup. A good set here in our final class of Angus.
Nice pair of these Lemmy females. We have over here a young man's heifer that wins the class as he walks her out. You can look at this female. She's just A little more extended up in her front end, a little more attractive the way she puts together. She holds herself together better. She's better in her top line, really just better right in that loin area. She doesn't want to break as like a young lady's heifer that comes second. Class winner's really attractive maid, big rib female, gets out and moves, gets on the ground. Just a really good female. Young lady's heifer that comes next. I love her in her center portion of her body. She gets a little shorter fronted. She wants to break right up in her top, and that keeps her tail head up a little bit. Doesn't like to just set that down in her a little more if we're going to get her to bounce up a little better. But nice pair of these heifers. Give these exhibits a nice hand. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was Mr. Sankey breaking down Class 7 in our limousine show, led by Jack Lewis from Kinney County 4-H. Followed by Danica Daughtry, Austin County 4-H. Back over in our Angus show, Class 14, led by Abigail Koenig, De Leon FFA. Followed by Wesley Wagner, Falls County 4-H. In third, Cole Gilbert, Columbia FFA. And Hunter Craig from Columbia FFA.
Really nice single entry in this July class, a female that's really attractive maid. You look tremendous amount of length up in her front end. She ties in neat into her shoulder. Watch this heifer get out and move, and she covers her track. She takes a nice long stride. This is just a really good female. I think she's got a lot of future to her. I think comes in here in the right condition at this stage of the game. Lots of good in this heifer. We'll look forward to bringing her back. Congratulations, this man.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was him breaking down Class 9, single entry in our limousine show, Eddie Fowler from Cypress Park FFA.
As we come to the conclusion of our final division here in the Angus show, really a nice group of these yearlings as they come out here, and it's hard to keep them this fresh, and I'm sure these have been up and down the road many miles because these are really two good heifers and 4 really good heifers, but these 2 specifically closest to me I think are excellent cattle. There's some differences between them. One's a little stouter, one's probably a little longer and more extended, but I think both of them are just really good. And yet they're good now, but I think they'll even be better as you get them into the next generation. I'm excited for these kids to get them in production because these are 2 very high quality heifers. The one we're going to use today though, just a little stouter and a little denser, one that's just really hard to deny in terms of the overwhelming mass and substance that she brings to the table. Gentleman in the cowboy hat here is going to have our division champion. Congratulations to him. And we're going to follow up with this young lady's other class winner to be reserved. An excellent pair of cattle. Congratulations to both these young people.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was our senior heifer calf division. Your champion senior heifer in our Angus show comes from Braxton Cole from Floyd County 4-H. And your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Abigail Koenig from De Leon FFA.
Let's give our Angus exhibitors a good round of applause, if you would. It's been a very, very competitive show. And, you know, again, I've been blown away by the quality. I thought the depth was there. I thought the top end was really strong. And, you know, we had cattle that were down the ways in the classes that I think have bright futures. You know, again, for me, structure is going to dictate a lot, and then we start building on the extras afterwards. And I'm really pleased with these 6 cattle. But, you know, try to raise Angus that look like this. My brother and I try to put a few of them together, and probably not quite as concentrated on Angus as we are the Simmentals, but it's hard to make cattle this dense, this powerful, this good looking that still move like this. And again, I've just been blown away and so impressed with the quality that the kids have brought to the table. This is an excellent lineup. I'm not going to run back through them. You know, again, I never had much of a poker face, and I still don't. I think there's 2 of them that are absolutely next level, and then there's another 3 or 4 or 5 that you could certainly stack right in there. But there's a pair of them that I think are excellent quality. So let's give these kids a good round of applause. It's an excellent way to start off our morning. A great show. The young man back here in the back, he's had a pretty good day. He's about to get better. He's going to have our champion. Congratulations to him. Again, we bring in that reserve in that division, another high-quality heifer, and I think when you got 2 good yearlings that are that high quality, there's no sense in splitting them up. We're going to follow them through. This young lady here is going to have our reserve champion.
Another really interesting class on our limousine side. A lot of difference in kind, especially between these first 2 heifers. For me, the heifer that wins the class, though, I think we start talking about putting the most good things together. I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to change her a little bit right at the chest floor forward. Like to change her just a little bit when we get her out and tweak her on the move. But I think when we look at these cattle and look at the true dimension they have in them, I think our class winner just comes with a little more rib shape, a little more volume, and actually when we watch them walk away from us, it's kind of interesting because she is wider at the ground and shows more width of top and dimension. Just a really attractive female that, you know, if we're going to pick on her, we're going to pick on her right at her chest floor forward, and we're going to ask for a little change there. But I think she's very deserving of winning a class. As we walk her out of here, start talking about this young lady's heifer that comes next. This is a really different type of individual. She's not like any of the others out here. Bigger bone, bigger footed, little hairier made. But you know what I'd like to change about her, what kind of surprises me about her, on the profile, you think she's going to have a tremendous amount of width and dimension. But then you watch her track away from you, stand on her, look at her, and she probably wants to be a little narrower base than we expect her to be. Like to just see a little more true mass in this female to go with the way to get above our class winner. Really good female that comes next is this young lady's heifer. She's a lot like our class winner. She's a big ribbed, high volume female. She's not as good at the ground. She wants to kind of come apart on us and not travel around the ring as sound as I'd like for her to. She gets into her hock, not really be that sound, functional, moving female that we have in those heifers that stand above her, but just a good female, kind of a power-made female that this young man brings next. Got a little more dimension, a little more true mass and body in her when we compare to the heifers behind her. She's got more substance and more bone. You know, she doesn't balance up. She's not as attractive made as those heifers that stand above her, but we're going to just go with a little more natural dimension and thickness in her. Young lady's heifer that follows out, a heifer that gets a little too refined down at the ground for me. Not enough foot, a little finer bone, not enough true mass when we compare to the heifers at the top end of her. But good set of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 10 in our limousine show. Before we announce that, we're going to get into the grand champion Angus heifer coming from Braxton Cole from Class 13 in Floyd County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Angus heifer comes from Abigail King from Class 14 and De Leon FFA. Class 10 in our limousine show was led by Barrett Howe from Somerville FFA. followed by Kylie Gaston, Eastland FFA. Carolyn Prohoda from Schulenburg FFA. In fourth, Easton Council, Brenham FFA. And finally, Cameron Berry from Alvin FFA. Entering the west side of the ring right now is our Class 1 of our Hereford show. Just as some reminders to all of our exhibitors, please have your registration paperwork on you at all times when you're exhibiting. And also, this is still a blow and go only. No product is allowed on any animal as they enter the ring. Important announcement here regarding our Angus Heifer champions. Could the parents of our grand champion and reserve grand champion heifers in our Angus show please make their way back to the vet area? So the parents of Mr. Braxton Cole and Miss Abigail King, please make their way back to the vet area.
Get ready to pick this division champion on the limousine side. Just good cattle all the way through here. You know, I think we've got 3 females that have won their classes that are sure similar in kind. They're kind of have some volume and dimension to them, still attractive made. Good cattle, I think, that have a lot of future. Exhibitors have all worked pretty hard to get to this point, so give them a nice hand for bringing them out. We'll pick a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
In our limousine show, champion junior heifer comes from Class 7 Jack Lewis in Kinney County 4-H. The reserve champion junior heifer comes from Barrett Howe from Somerville FFA out of Class 10.
Just a pair of these heifers in our older division, but 2 really good females. I think, though, from a standpoint of heifer that has true dimension and mass to her, I think this young man that's going to stand out in front is going to win the class. I think it's a heifer that when you stand back and look at him on the profile, you can see we've got more depth of rib, we've got more volume. When you stand up on top of him, you can see we've got more width of top and more hip to him, and then we watch him track away. She hits the ground wider, and she's just just a little more to her, I think, as we look at these females. Long neck, long spine female this young man brings next. She's got a tremendous amount of length in her. When we start looking at her, we just like to power her up a little bit, soften her up a little, give her a little more true mass. So we're going to get her around that heifer above her, but nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to these guys.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 13 in our limousine show, which was also the senior heifer division. Champion senior heifer goes to Wyatt Jacoby from Springtown FFA. Reserve champion limousine heifer comes from Rhyme Smee from Harris County 4-H.
Nice way to start off our Hereford show here. A real big, powerful heifer to lead off, one that's got a lot of rib and volume to her and still moves out with some comfort and some reach off both ends. A pretty good look to this heifer as well as you study her from the profile. I like the capacity, like the volume. I think she's just a little nicer up front than our heifer that comes in second. She still moves out with the right kind of movement. That's a good heifer to lead off with. Heifer in second, I think, is a lot like her in terms of her midrib and her softness. Not quite as square from her hock down to the ground as our heifer that wins the class, but I think another a real useful kind of a female, has some depth of body and some spring of rib to her. Heifer that comes in third, I think, has a lot of future. This heifer's really athletic, really loose-made kind of a female. I like the flexibility she brings to the table. Not quite as ready today, maybe, as our top pair in terms of center body or right in there behind her shoulder, but a real useful kind of a female. I love the reach this heifer has off both ends of her framework. She's going to be a nice one as we continue on, just not quite as much punch as our top pair of cattle. This heifer is a little more like the top pair in terms of being a little more ready today, really a big ribbed heifer. Gets a little tight in terms of her movement, a little straighter off her front end. I like to see her go with a little more flexibility from behind. Next heifer's got a really nice look to her from the side. I really like the presence and balance that she brings to the table. Wants to creep up in her spine and duck her pins just a little bit. I'd like to loosen this heifer up in terms of her skeletal build for me to climb her any higher in this group. Next heifer's the same way. Got a real trendy look to her. I like the balance and the eye appeal she brings to the table. Stout featured heifer as well. Set her in motion. She just gets a little tight and tentative in the way that she grabs the ground. But a good look to this heifer. Really a lot of stoutness to her. Next heifer's deep bodied and has some capacity. Wants to run the wrong way from her chest up into her flank. Need to loosen her up a bit. Next heifer's really powerful, really opened up. She too, we need to alter just a bit from a structure standpoint. We get on down the line, still some quality cattle. Maybe don't just hook up with quite as much balance or eye appeal as some of the cattle we have on up the line.
Class 4, first call, Hereford Class 4. Final call, main Class 2. Final call, main Class 2. First call, main Classes 3 and 4. First call, main Classes 3 and 4.
Get ready to pick our champion limousine female. And 6 really good cattle in the ring. These are cattle that I think have a lot of future, a lot of good to them, a lot of quality about them. But for me, I think at the end of the day, these pair of calves are just pretty good and pretty unique. So we're going to use this calf champion for grand. We're going to use a young lady behind her that's reserve calf for reserve grand. Give them a nice hand. Congratulations.
And that's our limousine show. Your grand champion limousine comes from Brentley Wilkerson. Heifer Calf Division from Van Zandt County 4-H. Your reserve champion limousine also comes from the Heifer Calf Division, shown by Peyton DeFore and Godly FFA. Big class of Herefords to start off our Hereford show, Class 1. Led by Mason Rader from Marion FFA, followed by Hadley Doris, Erath County 4-H. Then Andrew Kimbrough from Trinity County 4-H. Emily Allen in 4th from Jackson County 4-H. In 5th, you have Roxanne Keel from Austin County 4-H. Followed by Keaton Kirkendall from Woodson FFA. Then Madeline McCullough, Austin County 4-H. In 8th, Abby Wolub from Whitney FFA. Followed by Hannah Hogan, Eastland FFA. And Colin Burnett from Alvarado FFA. While we're sorting through the Class 2 heifers and our Class 1 of our main and juice show, I'd like to give a few shout-outs. I'd like to thank the Bearcats from Sam Houston State and our Rodeo Austin Heifer Committee volunteers. Without them, the move-in day would not have gone as smooth as it did yesterday, and they are the ones responsible for the organization of the ring today, ring and awards. So if you see any of these volunteers walking around today, please give them a nice good thanks. Also, please remember, bring your exhibitor papers with you whenever you enter the ring. All exhibitors must have their registration papers on them at all times. No product is allowed in the hair of any heifer as it walks into the ring. All breed champions. Important announcement, all breed champions will be drug tested at the conclusion of their breed selection. All breed champions will be drug tested. Along with all of our volunteers that make this show possible, we've got a few wonderful sponsors of Rodeo Austin. The official truck of Rodeo Austin is Ram. Please feel free to sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths from across the fairgrounds. We also have some other sponsors, including TELUS Equipment Solutions, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin, which is HEB, the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation, Frost Bank, and Hulk Cat / Texas First Rentals.
Another very competitive class here in our Class 2 of these Hereford heifers. And I think the pair of heifers that come to the top have the most similarity to each other. And then with that, the heifer that wins, to me, moves with a little more reach and stability off of her hind leg. I like the comfort heifer that this heifer brings to the table, especially in the way she's composed in terms of her skeletal design up and through her shoulder and in her hock. This heifer's got a good look. She's not as stout, not as opened up as the heifer behind her. I think she sets her shoulder into her body a little nicer, and with that covers her track with just a little more flex. The heifer that comes in second is really stout featured, like the dimension that she has, really powerful, up high out of her hip. She gets a little more up and down in her hock and a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder, but you certainly have to like the horsepower and substance that heifer brings to the table. Another quality female there in the second spot. Heifer in third gives us a dynamic look from the side. Young lady gets her put together. I like the extension she has, look of quality and presence that she brings to the table. She comes up the shortest in her stride off of her rear skeleton of our top three, and she wants to break right in behind her shoulder just a little bit. But boy, when she gets her put together, that one is wild looking up front, really good out of her hip as well, and still a stout featured female. Just need to loosen her up a bit and make her a little better right in there in terms of her forerib. Young man's got a nice heifer to come out in fourth. She's a little more refined in her bone work, but one that's really got a nice look up front, really sound structured. She just ran out of gas in relation to those top three in terms of bone, foot size, and power, but I like that heifer. She's got a real quality presence about her. He did a nice job getting her stuck out here. A big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come out next. A little plainer in terms of her look, starting to put on just a little more condition as well down through the lower part of her body. The next heifer we need to redesign off of her hind leg. I like her in terms of her midrib and her flank and her softness. Just need to loosen her up a bit off either end. Then we get on down the class. Still some good cattle. Got some body, got some power, maybe don't hook up together quite as good from a structure standpoint, or maybe don't balance quite as nicely as some of the cattle we have on up the line. Very competitive group.
Start our main on-view show. Really interesting class of females, pair of stock and legged heifers up here on the front end that, you know, a lot of good in them, a lot of similarities. Where they break apart for me, the differences though is, you know, our class winner, young lady, does a nice job. This heifer's really more extended up in her front end. You would just have a little more length of female from one end to the other, better in her hip structure. Just a female that I think when we get her stopped, you really appreciate how attractive she is. She tracks pretty good around the ring, and so she's a female that just kind of finds her way to the front. And I'll give this young man credit. He's done a really good job of getting this heifer up in class. Honestly, when she first came in, I probably didn't appreciate her as much as I do now after I worked my way through them. He does a pretty good job of getting her set so I can get a good look at her, which I think is really important. You know, he probably could do a little better job right now, get that back leg kicked out and get her to carry her weight a little bit, but he does a good job. And this female, I think her advantage when we compare to the heifers that stand behind her, she's got some width of top, she's got some hip in her, she comes down with some base width when we track her around the ring, and she's pretty sound. And I think her advantage compared to the heifer standing right behind her is she's better in her front end structure. This heifer standing still, when we look at this young lady's heifer, just really appreciate her. She's kind of long necked. She's real feminine, pretty attractive made. Maybe gets a little more refined when we compare to those heifers above her, but I appreciate the rib shape, the dimension, and everything about her. We get her on the move, and you look at her right at her shoulder down to her knee into the ground. She's not as sound as she needs to be. She wants to kind of get out a little bit on that front end, not really want to give us a really true sound stride off of her front end structure. This is a big bone, big rugged made individual comes next. You know, these kind of heifer calves at this stage of the game is always intriguing to wonder where we're going to be at the end of the day with them, because she's got as much power and bone and substance thing we have. Right now, she's probably a little coarser in the way she's put together. She doesn't want to tie in as well behind her shoulder. She wants to kind of break apart on us a little bit, not give us that just smooth look that we've got in those heifers standing on the front end. Come in with a heifer again and a little more elevated in her kind, not quite as soft and functional as what we have standing above her, but a pretty good prospect that I think will be fun to follow down the road. And these young ladies' heifers, pair of good heifers that follow out, give them a chance to maybe mature a little bit, soften up, kind of give us a little more power as we go down the road with them. But good set of cattle. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard Class 1 in our main and juice show, led by Harley Groom, Johnson County 4-H, followed by Hagen Bouillon, Giddings FFA. In third, Cadence Tucker from Willis FFA, followed by Briley Tucker, Willis FFA. In fifth, Reese Schwab from Guadalupe County 4-H, followed by Melody Porlowski from Shelby County 4-H. And in seventh, Hadley Porlowski from Shelby County 4-H. Over in our Hereford show, we've got Class 2, which was led by W. Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H, followed by Holden Rader from Marion FFA. In third, Emily Allen, Jackson County 4-H, followed by William Tackett, Iola FFA. Then Hadley Doris, Erath County 4-H, followed by Stormy Brogan, Wise County 4-H. In seventh, Ivan Reddit from Coryell County 4-H. Then Caden Gersh, Whitney FFA. In ninth, Camry Stewart, Carmine FFA. And finally, Kayla Kimbrough from Trinity FFA.
Another good class of these Hereford females here. And the heifer that wins this class really has a striking look. As you study her from the profile, really up-headed, really elevated in the way that she's made. One that's big and bold in terms of her design. Like the spread that she's got, and still adequate in the way she gets around the ring and travels. I think just a very useful kind of a female with a lot of extras here to lead off the class. The heifer in second, really deep-bodied, a lot of volume and capacity to her. Not quite as chiseled out up front as our heifer that wins the class. Not quite as good right in behind her shoulder and her forerib, way she transitions there. But another good heifer in terms of being bold and deep-bodied, like the Springer rib and volume that heifer brings to the table. The heifer that comes in third gives up some size and some performance. And again, I think if you want to just size them up, you probably don't have her as high in this class as what I do. But in terms of makeup and eye appeal and straightness to top and lines, I think this heifer puts a lot of good together. She does run out of stoutness compared to our top pair cattle, but I think this heifer's look and her quality from the side elevates her to the third spot in this particular group. This heifer's deep-bodied. I like the volume. She's obviously captured more weight per day of age than the heifer that goes right ahead of her. She gets a little deeper down into the base of her neck. Doesn't have quite the extension and eye appeal we find in the heifers that go ahead of her in this particular group. Next heifer's one that's got a good look from the side, some straightness to her top and some levelness out of her hip. A little emptier middled kind of a female that just runs out of bone, a little deficient in terms of power in relation to her extra length and frame. Next heifer is really bold made. I like the dimension and substance she brings to the table. A little ouchier off either end of her framework for me. Just need to loosen her up a bit. We closed with 3 good cattle. They all 3 just need to have a little more to them and move just a little better, but they're still good cattle from a fundamental perspective. They're going to make good projects for these young people as they continue on.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 3 in our Hereford Heifer Show, led by Kylie Gaston, Eastland FFA. In second, Mason Rader from Marion FFA. Then Kylie Cotton, Hallsville FFA. Brody Pfizer from East Central FFA. Gage Brogan from Wise County 4-H. In sixth, Joshua Baker, Upshur County 4-H. Followed by Riley Ussery from Bandera FFA. Then Savannah Martin from Palo Pinto County 4-H and Zoe Whitmer, Meridian FFA.
Really interesting class of these March heifer calves, and the one that wins the class, and that's as much female as I'd like to see as a March heifer calf, but she's pretty good. I think when you start really looking at her, you know, there's a tremendous amount of performance in her, but there's also a lot of quality and a lot of good with her. She's good down at the ground. She's probably the softest footed, softest pasturing female in here, which I appreciate from standpoint. I think this heifer's going to be long term. I think she handle herself. She's got some extra growing performance in her, but I think she handles it well. She gets around the ring really well. She ties herself together with big rib, high volume, lots of mass and dimension in her. You know, she's just a female. I think you got to either start with her or you're going to have to put her and figure out why you didn't like her, because a lot of good about her I do like in her. I just tell you that right now, compared to the ones standing behind her, sure got a lot more female there, but she's very deserving of winning this class. To me, it really gets close here in second and third. That's a nice pair of these heifer calves. These young guys doing a good job of showing them, and where they kind of break apart for me, get them out on the move and watch these heifers track away from you. Stocking-legged heifer's going to come down, hit the ground square. She's going to track wide base. She's going to be a female that just kind of gets out and moves around the ring. I'll be the first to pick on her a little bit. She's just got a little bit of chest in her, not as neat made as the heifers on either side of her, but I think that extra bit of substance, bone, and then that way she tracks around the ring is what gets her above this young man's heifer that follows out. Heifer in third, standing still, is about as neat as you can make one. She is super sweet fronted, ties in neat into her shoulders, has lots of ribs. She wants to roll on those back feet when you watch her walk away from you. She doesn't come down and hit the ground square. She's walking on the outside, and I just like to change that about her. Young man's heifer that follows out, this is a big ribbed, high volume female, just a good female, not probably as attractive made and flashy as what we have standing above them, but the true dimension that she brings to the ring is what gets her above these next two females. Young lady's heifer that follows next, a little more elevated and kind, which I don't really mind. I don't mind that extra bit of performance. She gets a little tight in her flank and just like to soften her up a little bit. Young man's heifer that follows out, we're just going to have a little more of her if we're going to get her farther up. But good set of cattle all the way through. Good class, nice set of cattle on the front end. Congratulations.
First call, Hereford Class 8. First call, Hereford Class 8.
little more variation in type and kind in this class of Hereford females. And the female we start with, I realize she's given up some pounds to these other cattle, but I think she's made the nicest as you study her from the profile. She's attractive in terms of her design, yet she's still functional as you take her to the ground in terms of her skeletal design. Does she have as much to her as the heifers behind her? No, but I think in terms of quality and presence, she's the one that's going to elevate in this particular group. Heifer in second's a big-bodied, easy-keeping kind of a female with a lot of midrib and flank. She wants to shoot her tail head up when you set her in motion and not quite as easy traveling off of her rear leg. I like the rib and the substance this heifer has. I like the volume. Just like to set her tail head down and loosen her up a bit on her hind leg. Same goes for the heifer in third. I like the softness, the power, the feature she has. One that, again, just a little tighter in her ankle, a little coarser up in her tail head, and doesn't have quite that femininity up front is what we find, and like our heifer that wins the class. Heifer that closes a long-sided, extended heifer from the side, flat and smooth in her shoulder. She gets a little tucked up in her forerib and a little tighter back into her flank. Like to just give her a little more doability in relation to the top trio of heifers in this group.
Another nice single entry in our main side. Just a heifer that's just really useful. Just kind of a big ribbed, high volume, just a nice doing individual. I think a heifer that when we bring her back in, we'll look forward to putting her back in our lineup. Young ladies working hard at trying to keep this heifer under control. We'll look forward to bringing her back. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was a single entry in our main and Jew show exhibited by Hallie Porelski from Shelby County 4-H. Entering the ring now in our main and Jew show is going to be Class 4, another single entry, Tanner Huskins from Victoria County 4-H. In that same show on the east side, we've got Class 2 results, led by Kennedy Kaufman from Galveston County 4-H, followed by Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Then Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. And fourth, Tucker Childers from Montague County 4-H. Then Brooklyn DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. And then finally, Tyler Marburger from Cedar Creek FFA. Over in our Hereford show, Class 4 was led by Roxanne Keel, Austin County 4-H, followed by Lila Doris, Erath County 4-H. Then Cadence Hawes, Godley FFA, and then fourth, Carolyn Johnson, Smithville FFA.
Just single entry in our January class. A female that really got a lot of good to her. She's got a lot of width and dimension to her. Probably if we're going to like to loosen her up a little bit, make her just a tick more flexible when we get her out on the move, get her to reach out and hit her stride. But good effort that sure has a lot of quality about her. Young man does a nice job with her. We'll look forward to bringing her back. Congratulations.
come to our first selection here in the Hereford show, and a very good calf division with some differences. Again, they come in different shapes and sizes and maturity patterns, and again, to dictate that, I think is hard to do. You just have to kind of judge them as you see them, and there's things to tweak, but I think there's things to like in each one of these heifers. The heifer that wins Class 1, you really like her boldness and just her sheer mass. Really a deep-bodied heifer that's got some power and some spread to her. I think she's got an advantage out here just in terms of comfort level. She's one that's very flexible as you ask her to go. A heifer that's, is she quite as nice up front? Maybe as another particular heifer, no. But I think this one moves well, has some comfort, has some stability as you take her to the ground. Heifer that wins Class 2 is really sensible in terms of her size and probably not quite as husky in her maturity pattern as some of the other cattle out here, but a good female in terms of her build and her balance and her quality as you study her from the profile. This heifer is just really nicely made and really sound at the ground. Gives up some performance probably in relation to her age, but I think a very quality heifer from that standpoint, just in terms of makeup and type and kind. The heifer out of Class 3 is really nice up through her front end, really a powerfully constructed heifer that's sure bold in her rib design and powerful. Got to decide where you want to sit on her from a structure standpoint, the way she's made up and through her shoulder, the way she's made out of her hock. I would probably tweak just a little bit, but no doubt and undeniable that one is powerful and stout with a lot of power and really nice up through her front end. The heifer out of Class 4 kind of won that class because of her look and her eye appeal. She probably gets out jazzed a little bit out here in terms of just her presence, but I like that heifer's basic build. The young lady does a real good job getting her presented. So tough decision out here. I'm going to take one more look at them. We'll get you a champion reserve in this group.
On the main side, we get ready to pick this first division champion. A good set of these calves have come through here. Got a couple, I think, off our front end that are just really got a lot of quality, probably long-term, and the kind of cattle as we look down the road with them is where we're going to be, kind of what we can expect out of them as we project them as calves. But it's a good lineup, good set of kids in here showing these cattle. Give them a nice hand. We'll pick our champions in reserve. Congratulations.
Over in our Hereford Heifer Show, your champion heifer calf comes from Zeb Murphy, Class 2, and from Hamilton County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf in our Hereford Show comes from Mason Rader from Marion FFA. Over in our main and Jew heifer show, your champion heifer calf comes from Kennedy Kaufman, Class 2, from Galveston County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf also comes from Class 2 and is a very athletic heifer shown by Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H.
Nice pair of these fall heifers in this. We start this division in our main show, but heifer that wins a class, I think just puts more good things together. I think she's a, as you stand back and look at her, you sure have to appreciate the volume, the mass, the attractive package she comes in. I think there's just more of her. Young man's heifer that follows right behind her, that's a good heifer. We just got to have more of her. We're going to get around this one that stands in front of her. Going to have to expand her on all ends and just get more of her. But a good set of females. Congratulations to these guys.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was a good class. Class 7 from our main and Jews show, led by Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H. Then you have Tyler Marburger from Cedar Creek FFA. Class 8 coming in now. Brooke Hydo from Fort Bend County 4-H. Single entry. After her, you'll see another single entry. Class 9, Kennedy Kaufman from Galveston County 4-H.
A really nice single entry, a female that's really maternal in her type. I think you got to appreciate her rib and her volume and her kind of that body that she brings. If we're going to change her any, maybe right at her chest floor, we'd take some of that out. Maybe just knock that tail head down just a tick. But this is a good female, very deserving of winning this class. We'll look forward to bringing her back again. Congratulations to this young lady.
Another very competitive pair of heifers up on the front end of this class. And the differences I see in the heifer we're going to start the class with, to me, is just a little more flexible, off of her rear leg. I think she's takes a little more ground-consuming stride in terms of her movement. A good-bodied heifer that's really nice up through her front end, and just a little more rib cage in that particular heifer as compared to our heifer in second. Heifer in second's got a great look when she stands, lots of presence from the side. I really like the dynamic look she brings to the table. She gets a little tighter in her top and just doesn't move quite as comfortably as our heifer that starts the class. I like the fact she's a little leveler out of her hip. She just doesn't get out and cover her track quite as nicely as our class winner. That's a good pair of females. A big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come in third. I like the depth rib and flesh that she brings to the table. With that, though, she's a little deeper at the base of her neck, a little coarser about her facial features in relation to our top pair of cattle, but useful in her makeup, big-footed and heavy-structured. Next heifer's one that's got a little more length of side to her, probably tucked up a little neater in her chest floor, doesn't have quite the internal dimension and capacity we find in the heifer that goes right ahead of her in the class. The louder marked heifer to come out next, deep-bodied, a lot of capacity, need to clean her up at the base of her neck and off of the edge of her shoulder. Next female's long and extended from the side, a little tighter in her top, wants to two-step just a bit off of her rear leg. Then the heifer that closed the class has some depth and spring of rib to her, one that gets a little more tentative in the way that she grabs the ground, need to stouten her up in terms of her feature as well.
Another really nice single entry this July female, just super attractive to look at. You stand off and look at her in profile, and what her neck ties into her shoulder, down at her chest floor, carries back with a big swoop, lots of middle, lots of dimension to her. Watch her track away from you, and she will come in a little bit at her hock. She wants to kind of hock in a little, but I think that's picking on one that's just pretty nice. So a lot of goodness female. We'll look forward to bringing her back. Congratulations.
Over in our Hereford Show, Class 7, led by Riley Harris from Kaufman County 4-H, followed by Paisley Miller in Austin County 4-H. Then you have Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H, followed by Gunnar Baker, Upshur County 4-H. In fifth, Kayla Schneider from Klein Oak FFA. Then J.C. Garcia, Lee County 4-H. And Peyton Hawes from Godley FFA.
Pretty interesting class. We get into these May and Junes, and as they've come in, as we kind of started them out, I guess basically I'm going to tell you that these cattle kind of front end of them got placed on the move, and it's just strictly off of movement and structure. Young man's heifer that's going to win the class. She put some most good things together. Some things you would like to change about her maybe, but I think when you really start talking about longevity and how long these cattle last and what they can do for us, I think she's a female that probably basically we get them on the move. She's going to hit the ground a little truer in her stride, just cover her tracks a little better. She's a heifer that kind of works her way up. Standing still, this was a heifer that stands second. It's a heifer that I just thought would kind of dominate this class and kind of be where we'd start at. But as soon as we put her in motion and get her out on the move, you stand behind her and watch this heifer walk away from you. She just struggles and she wants to kick outside of herself. She's real kind of tight at her hock, and it just keeps her from just taking a real true stride, not covering her track and really tracking out the way we'd like for her to. I think body dimensions, everything's good on those cattle, just like to change them on the move. And the young man's heifer that follows out, you know, I think this is a heifer that you got to appreciate her. She's pretty flexible on both ends. You know, we just need a little more of her. We're going to compare to those two heifers standing above her. We're going to put more rib and more dimension, more flank in her, make her a little more maternal in her type. But good set of females. Congratulations.
Probably a little more give and take in this class, just in terms of where you want to set some priorities. But heifer that wins, I think, does so because of her movement. She stays a little more collected right in behind her shoulder than our heifer that comes out behind her. A little stretchier as you study her from the profile, and still moves out with some comfort off both ends. I thought, to me, just the most balanced heifer we had in the group with some eye appeal as well. The yellow heifer to come in second. I like her depth of body. I like the volume she brings to the table. I like her extra density as you take her to the ground. She gets a little slack right in behind her shoulder and just gets a little off in her top line. But I think this heifer, in terms of having some feature, some foot size, some quality, I like those things about her. Just wish she'd piece together a little better from the profile. Here's a big-bodied heifer that's got a lot of volume, just a little extra condition on this particular heifer as you start to study her up around her tailhead, her pones, and down and through her chest. I think if we could melt a little of that off, it would help this heifer to balance up a little bit better, a little deeper into the floor of her chest in relation to her flank. I just think it throws her off from the side. A big, long-bodied, really elongated heifer to come out next, one that needs just a little more softness in her rear rib and her flank to compare with those other cattle on the line. And the heifer that we let out there is one that had some extension from the side, just need a little more substance and strength to get up around these other cattle in the class.
Thank you for that nice breakdown, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 8 in our Hereford Heifer Show, led by Kinsey Stewart and Lee County 4-H, followed by Luke Hamlin from Parker County 4-H. In third, John Gilbreath from Dodge City FFA. Then Caden Barton from Slocum FFA. And Bethany Haynes, Luling FFA. Over in our main show, Class 10 was led by Caden Schmidt, Fort Bend County 4-H. Then Ainsley Sears, Wise County 4-H. And in third, Tate Wensky from Schulenburg FFA. Just some reminders in the barn. All exhibitors, make sure you bring your registration papers with you to the show ring. You will need them. Bring your registration papers and keep them on you at all times. Turn it over to Mr. Sankey really quick.
Get ready to pick this next division champion. Just really good set of cattle out here. There's some outliers, I think, and that's always good. You know, you can find some different directions to go, but the qualities here, a lot of good ones. Again, we talk about what it takes to get to this point, how much effort it takes, and these young exhibitors sure deserve a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulate them, and we'll pick our champions. Congratulations.
Nice pair of Hereford heifers here in the August class. The heifer that wins really got a good look to her from the side. A really good-bodied heifer with a lot of midrib and flank, and still good on her hind leg construction, and still sharp enough up through her front end. I think that's just a real useful kind of a female that's got a lot of presence about her. She's in the right rig from a condition standpoint as well. Just a useful heifer here to win the class. Heifer that comes in second is another good-bodied, solid-made female at the ground in terms of her flexibility and her reach off both ends. Not quite as nice up front as our heifer that wins, not quite as extended and refined in her facial features, but still another good heifer, a good pair here in this August class.
Over in our main end juice show, your champion junior heifer comes from Jarrett Worrell in Class 7. Jarrett shows out of Mason County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Kennedy Kaufman in Galveston County 4-H, showing out of Class 9. Back over in our Hereford show, we've got Class 9, led by Lena Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. Followed by Keaton Kirkendall, Woodson FFA. Back to some reminders. Make sure you keep your registration paperwork on you at all times. Also, for everyone in the barn, we are not going to break for lunch. We are going to keep working through. We're going to eat lunch on the fly and keep the show moving. Once again, as a reminder, we are going to continue to keep the show rolling through lunch. Also, as a reminder, all breed champions will be drug tested at the conclusion of the breed of the show. Once a breed champion and reserve are selected, they will be drug tested in the back at the vet area.
Just a trio here in this class. The big-bodied heifer we're going to use to lead off. I think she has the most utility and softness as you study her all the way through. I think in this trio of heifers, she puts the most good things together. Maybe a little more condition than what you might prefer in an ideal world, but again, I think her chest will melt off in the first lactation. She's the one that's still going to be the roomiest, middled, and the softest. We're going to use her to lead off this class. The heifer that comes next, a little more streamlined in her look. I like her extension from the side. I like the sharpness she has up front. I just wish she had a little more softness of flank, and I'd like to balance up her udder design just a little bit. But that's still a good heifer. I like the freshness she comes to us. I just wish she had a little more natural sweep to the lower third of her body cavity. Yellow heifer to close the class, one that has some upper rib shape from a power perspective you like. She's just a little duller as you study her in terms of her look from the side. Doesn't have quite as much softness in her rear rib and flank as our two heifers that precede her in the class.
Thank you much, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 10 in our Hereford show, led by Savannah Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H, followed by Trip Brogan, Wise County 4-H, then Luke Schommel from Burnett FFA.
It's kind of an interesting class, and I'll be real honest with you. I probably don't have one that just reaches out here and just dominates the class, and there's probably some give and take and going to have to do a few things that maybe wouldn't do in normal situations. But I think the heifer that wins the class for me, you know, they're just probably the soundest made one, you know, the most functional, the one that's probably the most long-term. I mean, I'll be the first to tell you, if I could change her any, we'd just go ahead and soften her up a little bit, center portion of her body. We'd just put a little more flank in her, make her a little softer. We'd maybe change her right in her chest, make her a little more attractive. But I think from a long-term, maternal cow prospect, I think this is the one that kind of has to work her way to the front. Young man's heifer that stands second, standing still, it's a heifer that really like. He does a nice job. He gets her neck pulled out of her. He kind of makes her really something to look at when you really stand back and look at her on a profile. But as soon as she starts moving, then I kind of lose some faith in her because she gets up in her top and she doesn't want to be as sound at the ground as I'd like for her to be. She just doesn't want to get around the ring. So standing still, she's the one that's the easiest to get drawn to, but we get her out on the move, it kind of hurts her. Then we come in with a pair of these bigger frame, kind of growthier, high-performance females, which I'm not going to detract from them. That's a good thing about them is they're going to add some grow and power. To me, I just like to make them a little further along in production, make them look a little more maternal in their kind, which would mean they'd get a little softer made, and they'd just be females with more rib shape, more dimension, get them around the ring and a little more fluid movement. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Mr. Sankey Jakes just wrapped up Class 13 in our Main and Jews show, which was also your senior division. Your champion senior heifer was exhibited in our Main and Jews show, exhibited by Shannon Pick from Mount Calm FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer, Tracer Cruzel from Sealy FFA. And then also in that class, Class 13, Melody Porleski from Shelby County 4-H, and Zane Wilson, El Campo FFA.
It's a good lineup of females here in our second division of these Herefords, and I thought we had maybe just a little more give and take. We kind of had that in the first division as well, depending on where you want to set some parameters and priorities on what you want to do. I think this particular group comes down to a 2-horse race, and the heifers out of Class 1 and Class 3 is where it boils down to. And with that, the heifer that suits me the best, I just think there's more of her. She's a little stouter featured, a little leveler out of her hip as well. I think a quality heifer from the side. The heifer out of Class 3 is going to be our division champion. We're going to follow up with this heifer out of Class 1 to be our reserve in this division. Good set of females. Let's give these kids a good round of applause.
And that's our junior heifer division. Your champion junior heifer in our Hereford Heifer Show comes from Class 9, Lena Ottmers in Gillespie County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Class 7 in Riley Harris from Kaufman County 4-H.
Really good set of cattle in the ring to pick our champion main female from, and lots of directions to go, lots of selections to make, but quality is always the end point for me, is trying to find these good cattle that look like they can make some changes and do some things and make good breeding pieces. And I think we got a unique setup in here. There's a pair of heifers I think have a lot of good to them. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand, and we'll pick our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Mr. Sankey just picked your grand and reserve main and Jew heifers. The grand champion main and Jew comes from the junior heifer division, exhibited by Jarrett Worrell in Mason County 4-H. Your reserve champion comes from the heifer calf division, exhibited by Kennedy Kaufman in Galveston County 4-H. Just as a reminder, breed champions are going to need to head straight back to the vet area, and they're going to need parents to accompany them as well. So the parents of our breed champion exhibitors, please make your way back to the vet area.
Good heifer to lead off this class. One that's really bold in her body shape, really powerful in her design. A heifer that's got a big hind leg underneath of her as well. Like the foot shape and the foot size that she's got, shaking down a good udder. Her teats are out at the corners like you like, and still some presence in this heifer. I think just a real useful female here to get the blue ribbon in this class. Heifer in second's a nice one as well. Probably not quite as much feature, not quite as much boldness as our heifer that wins, but a little fresher than our female that comes in third. This heifer's really big-middled, really like the softness she has in her rib design. Just want to stouten her up a bit and power her up in relation to our heifer that wins the class. Next heifer's a lot like the second place female in terms of body and mass and volume, like all those things about her. She's going to be real easy keeping when you get her in production. Need to clean her up a little bit from a composition perspective, just lean her up a bit, freshen her up just a notch in relation to our top pair. The spot-cheeked heifer here to come out next. I really like the extension of a long-bodied female. They've done a good job keeping this heifer a little fresher in her body shape. Her chest floor just sits down a little lower in her, and I think it throws off her underlying balance just a bit. But that's a real quality heifer. Young man, she's really interesting in her markings as well. I think he's going to have fun breeding on her as you get her into production. A little flatter made heifer to come out next, but I like the look she has from the side. She's a female that balances well. Just got to be more cattle there for her to get up any higher in the class. Big stout-featured female to come out next. It's really husky in her design, a little plainer up front, a little coarser about her navel. The three heifers that close the class, still useful cattle. They got some fundamental correctness to them, just don't have some of the extra bells and whistles of some cattle on up the line.
Really nice class of these Simmental heifer calves to start with, and the female that wins the class, I think she puts the most good things together. She is kind of big-bodied, kind of stout-made heifer. You know, she's not maybe quite as attractive up in her front end as compared to the heifer stands right behind her, but I think this female's sure maternal enough. I love her down at the ground. I like the foot and the bone and the substance she stands on. Lots of dimension from one end to the other. Just a pretty good female, I think, finds her way to the top. And then I think as we roll our way through these cattle, there's a little bit of options. We can go lots of different directions. For me, the heifer that comes as close to our class winner is going to be this young lady's Baldy that comes next. Female that just doesn't have quite as much to her when we compare to our class winner. She's definitely probably better necked. She's better in that, you know, from her shoulder forward, a little more attractive made, a little more extended up in her front end, but still I think she's got enough to her. Just doesn't have as much to her as that heifer does that wins a class. A lot of good in her. Young man's heifer that comes next. Female, it's kind of interesting. You know, she's standing still and you step off and look at her. You love that rib and volume, kind of that maternal look. She probably gets a little more refined when we get down to the ground. You watch her walk away from you. She's a female that doesn't track out as true and square as we'd like for her to. You know, she's a heifer that I think's got a lot of future. I think we just give her a chance, kind of see where she comes back as a kind of as a heavy bred. I think she's a female that's sure got some future to her. Then we have a pair of these heifers, lots of quality to them, a lot of good, extra rib, extra volume. Young lady's heifer that goes out right now has just got a little more true dimension from one end to the other, carries out with a little more mass. Like the way this young man's heifer balances up. She's got a little bit of chest in her right now that's probably taken a little bit away from her, but good heifer that's got a lot of future. Then a nice pair that these young ladies follow out with. Just kind of give them a chance to mature, give them a chance to kind of catch up with these heifers that are ahead of them, give them a little more true dimension in them from one end to the other to get them on the front end. But good set of females all the way through. Congratulations.
Just a trio of heifers here in this Hereford class, and a nice female to lead off with who's really refined and feminine in her makeup and still pretty good at the ground from a structural perspective. A heifer that's starting to bag down and got some udder laid in underneath of her, but really like the rig this heifer comes to us in at this stage of her life. One that's still got a pretty tidy chest floor and still some femininity to her, so good quality heifer here to win the class. Nice heifer in second as well, maybe even a little bigger footed and heavier bone than our class winner. Comes up just a little short in her stride off of her rear skeleton in relation to our heifer that wins the class, and that's a little flatter in her forerib, but one that's deep and stout and has some dimension to her. She too is starting to bag down like she needs to, going to enter motherhood here before too long. The heifer that closes the class is a little more streamlined in her look. She's a heifer that's got some extension from the profile, some heavy duty in her foundation. Just need to soften her up in her rear rib and flank and see her go to the ground with just a little more authority.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was class 14 in our Hereford Heifer Show, led by William Tackett, Iola FFA, followed then by Luke Hamlin, Parker County 4-H, and Darcy Jernigan from Boss County 4-H. Class 13 in our Hereford Heifer Show was led by Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H, followed then by Callie Harris, LaPointer FFA, then Adeline Cowling from Wise County 4-H, Holden Rader, Marion FFA, in fifth, Lila Seymour from El Campo FFA, then Emily Minshew, McLennan County 4-H, followed then in seventh by Mason Holland, McLennan County 4-H. Then Jillian Milam from Whitney FFA, Charlie Shukomo from Burnett FFA, and that's class 13. Over in our Simmental Heifer Show, we've got class 1 that was led by Braley Kidd, Floyd County 4-H, followed by Kaylee Peoples, Rockwall County 4-H, then Tegan Goebel, Brazoria County 4-H, Adeline Burkhardt from Sam Rayburn, Ivanhoe FFA. Then Aaron Rexroad from Floyd County 4-H, followed by Sophie Bradshaw, Randall County 4-H. And seventh, Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA.
Get into our final class of Hereford females here. We got a pair here that's going to lead off the class. The cow is one that's got some depth of body, really good at the ground from a flexibility perspective. Her udder, you could probably balance it up a little bit, but then you look at the calf, and he's big and stout, and her coupon's got some groceries to him, so she's obviously doing her job, so you don't want to take too much away from her. I like the fact that this cow is in production. She's got a big strap and bull calf at side. It's a nice way to lead off the class. The female that comes in second, you like her softness, you like her rib design. She's a heifer that probably doesn't look quite as far along as maybe what you might like at this stage of the game, but again, that's a management decision, so I don't fault them for that. I just like to see her have a little more udder development. She's not quite as nice up through her front end as our one that ends up leading off our class, but that's a good pair of Herefords here to close out a very competitive show.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was class 15 in our Hereford Show, led by John Gilbreath from Dodge City FFA, followed then by Hannah Hawthorne, Ward County 4-H.
really nice class of these Simmental heifer calves. And I think up on the front end, I think there's probably 3 of these heifers that have a lot of options and a lot of places you could go and the way you could start with. For me, I think the black heifer that wins the class, I think she's the one that just puts the most good things together for me. She's really long in her top. She's long in her hip. She carries out well into her tail head, carries down into that stifle with some real length and dimension. She balances up really nice. She's got some extra rib to her. Female, I think, just kind of finds her way as we work through these things. I think she's a little better on her right at her chest floor forward when we compare her to the red heifer. Love this red heifer. You know, the center portion of her body's as good as you can get. She's big rib, she's high volume, she's sound. She's a female that I think's got a lot of good. She's probably starting to show just a little bit of chest, gets a little shorter right up in that neck structure. Doesn't want to give the length that we have maybe on either side of her, but still really a good female that I think sure deserving of being on the front end. This heifer in third's kind of intriguing, and I think there's some things about her that you really have to appreciate. Appreciate that growth, you appreciate the performance, the rib, the dimension. For me, when we get her on the move, she just struggles off of her front end. She really wants to kind of get out of her shoulder. I think that extra bit of chest that lays in there probably restricts her a little bit. She just doesn't want to be as sound as we'd like for her to be when we watch her track out of here, get around the ring. Nice female that comes next, a heifer calf that probably starting to get a little more refined when we compare her to the 3 that stand above her. Doesn't want to have that true bone and substance. She gets a little more upright. I think up both ends, she isn't quite as flexible down at the ground as we'd like for her to be. But I still think standing still, you appreciate her. We're going to get her out on the move. We're going to change her right in that pastern area. We're going to make her a little more flexible. Female that comes next, this young lady's heifer, you know, she's not probably the most flashy made female, not quite as attractive as the heifers as are standing above her. She gets a little plainer kind of up in her front end structure, but I really appreciate her. She's got some length of side, some length of hip, has some depth and body. So we just kind of get her, and right now when she stops and gets her pulled together like that, female that really looks like she's got a lot of future to her. I think her advantage over these heifers that stand below her is all structure. I think that young lady's black heifer's got a lot of future to her. This baldy heifer that comes next gets a little piecey in the way she's put together. She really gets tight behind her shoulders. She wants to drop her pins, gets a little round in the way she's put together, not as long and smooth as what we have standing on the front end. And then I think we have a pair of these heifers that are still young. They still got a lot of future to them. These guys have got some time with them, and I think as we just give them a chance to mature, let them kind of soften up, they're going to be females that have a lot of quality to them, a lot of good. So congratulations to these exhibitors. Nice set of cattle.
We come to our final division selection here on the Hereford side. Really a good lineup of these females in these trio of classes. They come back out here, but still, to me, a pretty dominant heifer here that's going to lead off this division. This young man up here out of Class 1 is going to win. Congratulations to him.
First call, Red Angus, Class 2. First call, Red Angus, Class 2. First call, Simmental, Class 7. First call, Simmental, Class 7.
Heifer that was second in that class we talked about. We love her depth and her softness and still really comfortable at the ground. Doesn't have quite as much density as our champion. I think it comes down between her and the young man's heifer out of Class 2. I like the freshness that the young man's heifer has. She's not quite a stout feature, but still a quality heifer. I am going to keep those two heifers together out of that class, though. This young lady's heifer here is going to be our reserve in this division.
And your champion senior heifer from our Hereford Heifer Show, both of them come from Class 13. Your champion senior heifer comes from Zeb Murphy, Hamilton County 4-H. And your reserve champion senior Hereford heifer is from Callie Harris and LaPointer FFA. Over in our Simmental show, Class 2 was led by Brianna Deasy from Royal FFA, followed by Abigail Spivey from Eustis FFA. Followed by Lena Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H, then Abigail Spivey from Eustis FFA. In fourth, you have Carly Burks, Brownwood FFA, followed by Amy Vowles from Seagoville FFA. In sixth, Madeleine Ritchie from Commerce FFA. Then Derek Hempel, Victoria County 4-H, and Luke Siegman from Giddings FFA.
Class 7, second call, Simmental, Class 7.
Really nice class of semi-females that we have over here. I have a pair of heifers up on the top end now, I think, that are pretty competitive. A lot of similarities. The difference is our class winner's got more mass to her. She's just got more dimension from one end to the other. You can stand behind them and look at them. You look down into their stifle. Just true more muscle and mass, I think, in our class winner. Both attractive made, good balanced cattle. They're cattle with some rib shape, good at the ground. I just think we have a little more in our class winner. I think she just deserves to get her way up. Heifer on the profile stands second, just really attractive made. Good neck, good down her top. You get her on the move. She wants to kind of roll up her top a little bit, not be quite as sound as we'd like for her to be, but still very deserving of being up here at the front end. Then we got a nice big rib, kind of functional type female that comes next. Probably gets a little more chest in her and doesn't balance up as nice, but I think a female that sure has a lot of good to her. Young lady's Baldy heifer that follows out. Just a good individual. We just got to have more of her. We're just going to have a little more heifer in there if we're going to get her further up. But good set all the way through. Congratulations.
Really good lineup of these Herefords as they come back out here, and had some really good cattle come through the ring, and I thought some really competitive classes, and I'm pleased with these three as they get back out here. I think they're really fit together from a type and kind perspective, and then I think as you climb into them, the one that suits me, though, just really overwhelming in terms of dimension and power and spread, and then still moves pretty well off both ends. This big heifer here is going to be our champion Hereford. Congratulations to him.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That's our grand champion Hereford heifer coming from WZ Murphy, Class 13 in Hamilton County 4-H. Previously saw that heifer as your champion senior heifer. Your reserve grand champion Hereford comes from your junior heifer division in Lena Ottmers in Gillespie County 4-H. And that concludes our Hereford Heifer show. Just as some reminders, To our exhibitors, breed champions, your Hereford breed champions are going to need to head straight back to the vet area. A parent will need to meet them back there as well. Also, for all of our breed champions, once you are finished with your bios, please bring them to the announcer's booth. Please bring your bios to the announcer's booth. Some reminders for the remaining breeds. Our Red Angus show is next on our west side. Please make sure you have all your registration papers on you when you enter the arena. Again, this is a below and go show only. No product will be allowed on any animal. If we find some, we're going to send it back, and hopefully you can wash it out before your class goes in.
Pretty interesting class of semi-females. A lot of variation, and I'm not sure we got a dominant heifer out here, but I think the one that puts the most good things together for me, this Baldy heifer that wins the class. She's got plenty to her. She's got plenty of top and hip, and I think she balances up nice enough. She's sound enough. She's kind of the female that's, I think, just puts the most good things together. She, you know, once we get her kind of pulled together, get her to kind of hold herself together, she'll kind of strengthen out that top, carry back with a really nice tail head, and just carry down with some width and dimension. Young lady's heifer that stands second, pretty attractive to look at. You step back on the profile and you reach out and you think this is kind of one pretty easy to gather up and use. And then I think when we compare to the heifers that stand on either side of her, we realize just not as much to her. She gets a little narrower in her base, not quite as wide, not as bold sprung, not as much true mass as we have standing on either end of her. But I think from a structure standpoint, I think she gets herself into second around the big heifer that stands third. Kind of a big-bodied, stout-made heifer this young lady has, but she wants to kind of come to us, and she's, you know, kind of one of those heifers that's kind of three pieces. She's going to have some shoulder. She wants to drop her pin. She wants to kind of come apart structurally. Heifer that just doesn't want to really pull herself together as well as those two heifers that stand above her. Then we have a real nice pair of heifers that follow in. Heifers that I think we need to give them a chance to get them bred, get them to soften up, get them a little more maternal in their type. Just the biggest thing I'd change about them is I'd just like to put more rib shape in them, give them more flank, just make them a little more maternal in the kind of cattle they are. But congratulations on a good set of females.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 4 in our Simmental show, led by Tegan Goebel, Brazoria County 4-H. Then Taylor Groce from Snook FFA. Kayla Kimbrough from Trinity FFA. In fourth, Ileana Lopez, Seagoville FFA. And in fifth, Mariana Macias from Seagoville FFA. Class 3 at our Simmental show was led by Chloe Peoples from Rockwall County 4-H, followed by Abigail Spivey, Eustis FFA, then Stephanie Maldonado from Seagoville FFA, and then Mackenzie McCullough, Austin County 4-H.
We'll dive into these Red Angus here, and a really nice heifer to lead off with, one that's really fresh and elegant and attractive in her design, but yet still really sound at the ground. This heifer, I think, has got a bright future just in terms of that look that she gives you from the side, the elegance that she has, the femininity, and still a good running gear underneath of her. Nice heifer here to lead off this class. I think from there on, you can do some different things. I think this heifer's the most like her in terms of having some look and some eye appeal, some stretch to her. Still moves pretty well. Not quite as good down in through her chin and the base of her neck as our heifer that wins the class, but I certainly like the way this heifer's made from the side. I like the way she gets out and grabs the ground as well. Probably a little more punch and ready to roll heifer to come in third in terms of body and mass and dimension. She gets a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder and a little coarser up and through her head and her neck and her chest there. I like to just peel a little condition off this heifer. You want to swap that pair and say she's a little more ready today, I wouldn't argue with you, but that's a good bodied heifer, just a little plainer up through her front end. A lot of stretch and length in the heifer that closed the class. She wants to close just a bit more down and through her base than her pin set, a little flatter in her rib design as well. Like to just soften her up in relation to the extra frame that she brings to the table. But I like the look and extension the heifer gives us, a quality presence from the side as well.
Get ready to pick this first division of Simmentals, and they're really a good set of calves in the ring. I mean, there's a lot of future here, a lot of quality, a lot of good. You know, we've talked about them individually, and we're not going to run through them again, but I think you can sure find something in here to use and a place to go, whatever your program is or whatever your endpoint is. So give these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll pick a pair of heifers. Congratulations to these breeders and bringing these heifers out.
We've got some division results from our Simmental Heifer show. Your champion heifer calf comes from Braley Kidd in Floyd County 4-H. The reserve champion heifer calf also comes from Class 1 and is exhibited by Kaylee Peoples, Rockwall County 4-H. Over in our Red Angus show, we've got Class 1 results. It was led by Braden Shipman from Johnson County 4-H, followed by Everly Shumway, Hayes County 4-H. Then you have Grady Taylor from Prairieland FFA and Keston Garrick from McLennan County 4-H.
Another nice class of these Simmental females. We'll start getting into some of these older cattle, and this heifer that wins the class, I think she just puts a lot of good things together. She balances up really nice, has an advantage from an udder standpoint, starting to show us a little bit of udder development. Looks like she's gonna have a really nice bag under her. Female that's very attractive made, is better, I think, from her chest forward, better in her neck than when we compare her to the Baldy standing behind her. Female that sure got enough to her, and I think very deserving of winning the class. Baldy heifer that comes in behind us, she doesn't want to balance up. She gets a little deeper chested, a little shorter neck, probably has a little more width, a little more mass in her. She gets a little wider, I think, when we start looking down her top and into her hip, but she just didn't want to balance up. Not quite as attractive made as our class winner. That black heifer that comes next, a heifer that doesn't have quite the amount of extra body in her that we have in those heifers that stand above her. She gets a little tighter back in her flank. Doesn't want to give us that true maternal look that we have in those females stand above her, but good heifer, I think, very deserving of being there. And then the red heifer that follows out, it's just a really good, very functional, useful kind of female. Probably if we're gonna change her, we'd want to change her a little bit from her shoulders forward, from her chest floor up, just balance her up a little bit, but a lot of bone and substance, just a good individual, very deserving.
Very strong class. A Red Angus over here on my side. And the heifer that wins the class, really a nice one. I really like her body shape. I like the volume she brings to the table. Really one that's so good from her shoulder into her heart. She's probably just a little more moderate in her frame as well than our heifer that comes in second. This female's really good at the ground in terms of her feet and legs. High quality up through her front end and really dense made. That's a good heifer to lead off the class. A little bigger outlined heifer to come in second. You like the extra stretch and length that she has, brings to the table. She too is a loose built kind of a female. You know, she's there in terms of where you'd probably want one at this stage of the game in terms of size. But again, I don't dictate that. Just tell you what I see. I mean, I don't care if they're big or little. Where I would change this heifer's right in behind her shoulder. Doesn't have quite as much volume and upper rib shape to her as our heifer that wins the class. But that's another quality female there in the second spot. Good heifer in third as well. Stout featured. I like the robustness that she has. She gets a little deeper in the base of her chest and doesn't have quite that flash that we find in the top 2 cattle up front. But that's a useful kind of a female. Going to make an extra good brood cow in terms of the density that she has. I like the volume and mass she brings to the table as well. A little more modern heifer to come out next. Wants to get just a little awkward in her top line when you set the cattle in motion. Wants to sink out in her loin just a bit. I like this heifer, though, in terms of the look and the balance that she brings to the table. Going to be real easy keeping when you get her into production. A little bigger, stretchier heifer to come out next. That's really powerful. Gets a little off in terms of her hip. Want to level her up there from hooks to pins. Make her just a little more presence up through her front end. Nice heifer to come next. It's soft middled, like the utility she has. A little plainer up through her front end, a little crustier there at the top of her neck. Still 3 good cattle to close the class. They got some length of body. They got some femininity to them. Each one of them we just need to soften up, make them a little more maternal in their rib design.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 2 in our Red Angus show, led by Braxton Hunt from Walker County 4-H, followed by Jackson Bragg of Bell County 4-H. Then Caden Schrader from Burleson County 4-H. And you have Katie Cotton from Harrison County 4-H. Presley Chabert from Bastrop County 4-H. Then Brandon Bergdorf from Giddings FFA. Kaylin Holscher from Runnels County 4-H. And 8th Crockett Gunther from Fayette County 4-H. And then Tanner Hoskins from Victoria County 4-H. Back over in our Simmental show, we've got Class 7 that was led by Darius Wilson, Brazoria County 4-H. Followed then by Clayton Kerlick from Samuel Clemens FFA. Then Raleigh Coco from Hayes County 4-H. And Jose Jimenez from Eagle Pass FFA.
Another nice class of semi-females, and the Baldy heifer that wins the class. I think she just kind of dominates in here. You can balance them up, you can stand behind them, you can kind of look at them from any direction, and she's the female that pretty easily finds her way to the top of the class. And it's easy enough to stand back and look at them right now, standing on the profile. Look at them from their chest forward, and you can see our Baldy heifer's a little better right in her chest floor. She's better up through her neck. Look at her from a point of her shoulders back through her tail head. Longer top, longer hip, just a female that has more to her, and I think you got to appreciate the fact that she can sure get out and get around the ring and hit the ground and take a nice stride. Not to take anything away from this red heifer. This is a pretty good red female heifer that probably, if we're going to change her any, we talked about it, you know, she's got that extra bit of chest sits in there, and it throws her out of balance. It doesn't make her quite as attractive as our class winner. Female, you'd sure like to just clean her up right in there, but have to appreciate the dimension that she brings to the ring. Young lady's heifer that follows out next, just a really good, useful, very functional kind of female. We compare to those 2 heifers standing above her. We're going to want a little more flank, a little more rib, and just a little more cow look to this heifer. Make her a little more flexible, but this is still a pretty good female. It's got a lot of future. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 8 in our Simmental show, led by Bodie Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. Then Carly Burks, Brownwood FFA. And in third, Jocelyn Perry from Rusk County 4-H.
single entry in our August class. Just a really functional type female, just a lot of maternal look to her. Got some udders showing up under her, you know, maybe we're kind of get a little bit critical and hope that that udder doesn't get any, you know, any more out of balance as she goes out and goes ahead and fills up. But I appreciate the fact that this is an August female that's bred far along in calf, and I think she's sure going to do everything we ask her to do. Young man doing a nice job showing her. Congratulations. We'll look forward to bringing her back.
That was a nice breakdown by Mr. Sankey in our single entry, Class 9, Cooper Elliott from Burnett FFA.
Maybe a little more of a challenging class to put together. I think we got all the stubborn ones here in one class, but we're worked through it, and we gave them a second chance here on this top end to get these worked around here. This heifer that wins the class, I think, puts the most good things together from a movement perspective, combination with her look and her eye appeal as you study her from the side, has some boldness and some dimension to her, and still a quality presence as you study her from the profile. This heifer's a little bigger bodied and probably just a little more performance like that about her. She gets a little coarser up through her front end, a little deeper in the base of her neck. And I didn't read her being quite as strong in her top line on the move right in behind her shoulder as our heifer that wins the class, but one that's burly and big ribbed and like the capacity and the cow power she brings to the table. Heifer in third's pretty flexible. She's just a little flatter made, kind of a female. Gets a little narrower underneath, and I didn't read her being quite as good from hooks to pins as what our top pair of cattle do. She'll toss her front feet just a little bit as well. I like this heifer. I like her stoutness. I like her dimension. Give her a little different set and curl to her hind leg, and I think you can move her up. She just swings and swivels too much from behind and just need to alter her a bit from a structure standpoint. Next heifer's big-bodied and high-volumed as well. A little plainer up front. She, too, just doesn't go with quite enough authority off either end of her framework. A little smaller heifer to come out next, but I thought her makeup was good, her look and her balance. We need to see a little more of her. A little bigger outlined heifer to come next that just needs more rib and body. And the heifer that closed the class, one that's got some depth and spring of rib, gets a little hooky on her hind legs and just a little plainer up through her front end. But that's a very competitive class of Red Angus.
Another really nice class of these Simmental females. The Baldy heifer that wins the class, probably their biggest advantage. We start looking through these females. She's got a little udder development. She carries back in with a little more flank. Starting to see that she's more maternal in her type, and she's getting to that point where I think it's really starting to add to her. It really balances her out. It really gives her some extra depth and dimension. You know, she's got a tremendous amount of length. She's long-fronted, long spine, long-hipped. You know, when we compare her to the heifer standing behind her, she might be getting just a little bit thicker right in that throat. Maybe not quite as freak neck, but still, I think she's really maternal and really sound and functional. Very useful, just a good female to start the class with. Young man shows this heifer in second. He gets everything there is to get out of one. I got to give him credit. One of the better stick guys we've had come through the ring. He can nail one down and give you all you're going to get out of her, make her look as good as she can look. And she's a good female. She just isn't quite as much to her when we compare her to that for standing above her. But got to congratulate this guy. He can really get one shown doing a nice job. Young lady that follows in does a nice job also. She's doing a good job. Her heifer just doesn't want to balance up like those two heifers above her. She'll want to break in her top, kick her tail head up. I will give her credit. She's probably got as much true natural muscle in her when you stand behind her and look through this female, but it just doesn't come in the same package as what we have standing above us. But good set of cattle. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr.
First call, Simmental, classes 14 and 15. First call, Simmental, classes 14 and 15.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 10 in our Simmental show, led by Kennedy Ashhorn, Washington County 4-H, followed then by Case Travis, Thorndale FFA, and Mackenzie Rice from Huffman FFA. Class 3 in our Red Angus show was led by Radford Lewis, Jack County 4-H, followed then by Carter Holton, Cisco FFA. In third, Casey Holton from Cisco FFA. In fourth, you've got Caden Smith from Lavaca County 4-H. Then Jolie Hardy from Madison County 4-H. Riley Summerlot from Luling FFA. In seventh, Lacey Tinney from Tarkington FFA. And finally, we've got Clara Holscher from Ballinger FFA.
Here in our last class before our division of Red Angus here, a nice pair of heifers up on the top end, a little more depth and volume in this heifer that wins the class. I like her softness of flank. She's a heifer that gets out and covers her track well. She's wanting to fight it a little bit, but that heifer still moves well. She's got a decided advantage in the way she gets off the edge of her shoulder in relation to our heifer that comes in second. Here Here's a powerful heifer in second. I really like her on the upper part of her rib shape, powerful out of her hip. She wants to get just a little closed in her knee and doesn't get off of her front end quite as nicely as our heifer that wins the class, but that's a good pair of cattle up on the front end. A little more stretch and length in the next heifer. We'd like to soften her up in her rear rib and flank to match that extra frame that she brings to the table, but one that's feminine and has an attractive look to her from the side, just needs a little more depth and center body. Then the heifer that closed the class, another one that's refined up front. I like the feminine look that she brings to the table as well. She's just a little frailer boned, a little more deficient in terms of body and mass in relation to her contemporaries in the class.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 4 in our Red Angus show, led by Arbery Atkinson, Gonzales County 4-H. Then Jolie Hardy from Madison County 4-H. And third, Jesse Smith, Rivercrest FFA. And then J.C. Hartley, Rockdale FFA.
Picked this division champion of Simmentals, and just a good lineup, a really good set of class winners. Second standing over there on the back, but these heifers that are coming out of here winning these classes, a lot of similarities to them. There are a lot of good in these cattle. They're functional, useful cattle. Try to get them as sound as we can get them when they hit the ground, but still I think there's a lot of quality in the ring for both sides of the ring, and give these young exhibitors a nice hand. Like we've talked about, it's a lot of work to get here, and I appreciate them showing up. We'll pick our champions. Congratulations.
And that's our junior heifer division in our Simmental show. Champion junior heifer comes from Bodie Shipman from Johnson County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Kennedy Ashhorn from Washington County 4-H.
For the Simmental Cat Division Champion and Reserve.
Really a nice set of these Red Angus calves as they get out here, and I think just quality all the way through. And we started off with a really good heifer out of Class 1, a good pair out of Class 2, and then just kept continuing on. I think there's some similarities between them. I think there's a trio of heifers that you sure got to consider as you get them out here, but there's one that just in terms of her boldness, her softness of rib, yet still having that dynamic look from the side, I think is an awfully good one. This young man here out of Class 2 is going to have our champion in this division. Congratulations.
And that's your champion heifer calf from the Red Angus show, exhibited by Braxton Hunt in good old Walker County 4-H.
Heifer that was second in that class, we talked about another real good kind of a female. Certainly like her bone and her foot size. You know, again, she's pushing the limits, I think, where you might want to be in terms of frame size. But again, I don't. That doesn't really bother me either way. I think there's good big ones, there's good more moderate ones, there's good small ones. So, you know, where we talked about her is changing her right in behind her shoulder in relation to that heifer that wins. But I think that heifer's awful good as well. It's a good heifer calf out of Class 1 as well. Got a great look to her from the side, one that's really streamlined in her look, really balanced as well, and I like the boldness that she has. So I think it's close between the two, but I like the heifer here out of Class 1 to be our reserve in this division.
And your reserve champion heifer calf in your Red Angus show comes from Class 1, Brecken Shipman in Johnson County 4-H.
maybe a little more of a challenging class to put together here. This heifer that leads off the class that the young lady has, pull her out here. Hey, pull her out here. This heifer's going to win the class. She's just got the most good to her from a movement perspective in terms of her depth of body, the cowy look that she brings to the table, and still with that some softness and some elegance to her. So she's going to be the one we're going to land on to win this class. But a little bigger outlined heifer to come next. She's a little straighter off of her front end, but I think when you start weighing totals, she's the one that puts the second most amount of good things together into one package. She's pretty flexible off of her rear leg. I like the look and presence that she has. I want to knock just a little chest out of her, but I still think she's got a little sharper look to her than our heifers that come behind her. Heifer in thirds, deep bodied, a lot of volume, a little more moderate in her frame. Gets a little chunkier to the base of her neck. I like to extend her out of her front end. She too's a little tighter in the way that she travels from behind. Like the power and spread, though, that she offers. Next heifer's a little more feminine up front. She too's pretty bold in her rib design. Wants to pinch in her loin, tighten in her flank just a bit. We like to change those things. The next heifer's got a good look to her. I just wish there was more heifer here. A little emptier middle. Doesn't have just as much volume and mass to her. I like the pattern, the presence this heifer has. I just wish there was more cattle there in terms of density and stoutness. Next heifer is a little bolder bodied. She gets in trouble for me when you set her in motion. She's a little stiltier off either end of her framework. Next heifer's big bodied. She too's got to move just a shot better than the heifer we closed the class with. Has some look to her from the side. She's the one that probably struggles the most off either end of her skeleton. Like to just stouten her up a bit.
Really interesting class over on the Simmental side, and really challenging, I think. And I think if you're in this industry and you show these cattle, you realize that, you know, we've got to show them as bred. We got to get them bred. We got to bring them to the ring bred. But how do we do that and then pray that your heifer doesn't walk like a fat bred heifer that can't get around the ring and really come apart on us? And so that gets to be a little bit of a challenge. I think our heifer that wins the class, I think you can see she's starting to show some udder development. She has got some production down the road. She's getting there. You know, and I'll be real honest with you, she first comes in the ring and I look at her, she doesn't really just jump out and grab me. But the longer we go and the more we watch them walk and the more we let them stand and you work your way through these cattle, this is a heifer that just puts a lot of good things together. She's as good chested, good necked as anything we have in here, but she's still really maternal in her type. She holds her top well. She's good at her shoulder all the way back. She carries down with plenty of rib and volume, and you walk her around the ring. She's going to track around the ring with some width, but still cover her tracks and still hold herself together and not get outside of herself. This Baldy heifer that comes next, really flashy to look at, a heifer that, you know, if we're going to pick on her to balance her up, we're going to take that chest out of her. We're going to change that front end from her shoulders back. We really appreciate her. She needs to be maybe just a tick further along in production to really make us realize that, you know, she's going to make a nice cow. But right now, I think she finds her way up here on the front end, just kind of puts the most good things together. Black heifer that comes third, she really throws herself out of balance with that extra bit of chest she has in her. It sets up there. It's the first thing you see. It's hard to get past that. And then I think she's one of those, again, that we need to have a little more production orientation to her. She needs to be show us a little more udder development, make her look a little bit more like a cow. This black heifer that this young lady has, I appreciate the udder development that she has. Just like her and the heifer that stand behind her, you can tell they're heavy breds. Now, the drawback to that as heavy breds is they probably want to walk a little bit more like a heavy bred, not give us that sound movement that we'd like to see. And I think then that opens this heifer up in a structure, from a structure standpoint, from behind her shoulder back into her loin, up into her tail head. She really wants to come to us in pieces. Young man's heifer that comes next, I appreciate this rib, the volume, the cow, the mass, but I think you just got to take that chest out of her. You got to balance her up. You know, and as far as her being moderate made, I don't have a problem with that. I think I'd probably rather lean to her. She's a little bit ahead of the bigger heifer that stands behind her, just from the standpoint it's all about making cows, and I think she shows a little more maternal look than the young lady's heifer that follows out. This is a big bone, big footed, stout made heifer that we're going to follow out with. Just like to have her a little further along in production if we're going to get her any further up. But congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 13 in our Simmental show, led by Sophie Bradshaw, Randall County 4-H. Followed then by Kaylin Freitag from Flatonia FFA. Then Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H. And you have Emery Dornack from El Campo FFA. Followed by Shay Siegmund, Giddings FFA. And Brianna Newman from Upshur County 4-H.
Another challenging class to put together, and again, I think this heifer that wins does so on the fundamentals of body and structural integrity and looseness of build. You know, she's not the most up-headed heifer we've seen all day long, but I think this heifer, just in terms of her flexibility, her rib, and her capacity, needs to find herself to the forefront of this class. The heifer in second is the one that you like when the cattle stand in terms of the presence that she has. She's very eye-appealing in terms of her design and her makeup. Problem is when we set them in motion, she just swivels off of her rear end too much. She gets high in her top, tentative in the way that she grabs the ground. We could change her structure. I think it changes the dynamic of the class. That's a good-looking heifer. We just got to alter her skeleton. You want to swap this pair. I want to say this heifer was a little cowier, a little looser, and then you set her in motion. She too wants to crunch up on her pastern there and just doesn't have quite the flexibility. I saw a little more look in the heifer that went out in second. I like the depth of body, the volume, and the easy keeping look this heifer has. She too's got to move a little better, a little plainer up through her front. Next heifer's got a sharp look about her. We just got to see more heifer here. And again, we got a trio of them that struggle a little bit more structurally. She wants to flag her tail head up. I'd like to set that down and just soften her up all the way through to climb her up any higher in this class. Interesting group.
Nice single entry in our Simmental side. A 2-year-old's got a baby, a couple weeks old, doing everything you could ask him to do. Just a really good, useful, functional pair. Has a nice udder under her, doing a good job as a 2-year-old. We'll look forward to bringing them back. Congratulations on a good female.
Very nice pair coming out of Class 14, exhibited by Bailey Hardy in Kaufman County 4-H. That's in our Simmental show.
Single entry here in the Red Angus show, but a really deep-bodied kind of a female. I like the flexibility she has as you take her to the ground. She's got some density in terms of her foot and her feature, and yet with some midrib and flank in her. And then she gets out and has some comfortability as you ask her to travel. So a solid heifer here as a single entry in this class.
Another nice single entry on our Simmental side, a female that's far along in production, doing everything you can ask her to do. She's real fresh in her condition. Female looks like she's got a lot of future to her, just a good individual, very deserving. Congratulations, have a nice female.
That was another single entry, Class 15 in our Simmental show, exhibited by Hannah Vincent Dam from Hayes County 4-H. Over in our Red Angus show, we've got Class 7 led by Aubrey Atkinson, Gonzales County 4-H, followed by Hallie Murray from Burnett FFA, Riley Sills from Pato FFA, Kaylin Hosher, Runnels County 4-H, Akiana Torres from Nolan County 4-H. In 6, we have Olivia Holster from Ballinger FFA, followed by Justice Chrisman from Milano FFA, then Crockett Gunther, Fayette County 4-H. Class 8 in our Red Angus show was led by Carter Holton, Cisco FFA, followed by Darren Beal, Commerce FFA, Michaela Stutz from Tarkington FFA. And in fourth, Demetrio Luna, Ballinger FFA.
Just a pair of heifers here in this class. We're going to leave them like they came in. There's just a little more to this heifer we have that wins this class. Excuse me, one that's starting to shake down a very nice udder. She's got some volume and mass to her. Still pretty good up through her front end from a freshness perspective. So a real useful heifer here to lead off the group. A little more moderate heifer to come in second, and with that gives up some extra stoutness of feature and dimension to our class winner. One that's going to be real easy keeping and real sensibly sized though as you get her into production. Not quite as opened up at the ground as our heifer that wins, not quite as wide in her pin set, but still useful from a structure standpoint. I like the durability that she brings to us. Nice pair of cattle.
Get ready to pick this division champion of Simmentals, and we're kind of getting into these older females, the ones that are kind of getting to that point where they're showing us some udder development, or they've got a calf at side, they're doing what we expect them to do, and so I think that's to their advantage. I think we can see that we've kind of got young cow prospects standing in the ring. So congratulations to these exhibitors that have brought these cattle out. Those of you that have brought this pair out, congratulations on a nice pair. We'll pick our champion in reserve. Again, good set of exhibitors. Give them a nice hand. Congratulations.
That was your senior heifer division. Your champion senior heifer in our Simmental show comes from class 13 from Sophie Bradshaw in Randall County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from class 14 and was a pair exhibited by Bailey Hardy in Kaufman County 4-H. Over in our Red Angus show, class 9 was a nice single entry from Bailey Taylor in Prairieland FFA. Class 10 lined up with Faith Jackson from Friendswood FFA in first, followed by J.C. B. Allen from Wildorado FFA.
Another good division here in the Red Angus show, and I think as we get them out here, there's a couple different ways you could probably line them up. We tried to keep these sound, maybe a little bit more short structurally in this particular division, what we've had thus far throughout the day. But I guess there's one heifer for me that in terms of her look and her eye appeal and still her stretch, along with having some freshness and still good at the ground, I like this heifer out of the last class to be our division champion. Congratulations to her. little more moderate framed heifer to come that was reserved or second in that class, and certainly still like that about her. The heifer that suits me second best, though, I think in terms of quality, having a good look and still soft in her rib design, I like this heifer up here out of Class 1 to be the reserve in this division.
Get to the end of the day and our Simmental cattle and just a good set of females. I think there's a lot of future standing in the ring. I think these are cattle that you're going to see do a lot of good. Heifers that I sure think have a lot of future to them. Exhibitors, again, working pretty hard to get here, get to this point. Give them a nice hand. I'll show you a pair of heifers I like. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And that's your Simmental Heifer Show. Your grand champion Simmental Heifer comes from Bodie Shipman in Johnson County 4-H, showing out of the Junior Heifer Division. Your reserve champion Simmental comes from the Calf Division, was exhibited by Brayley Kidd from Floyd County 4-H. Back over in our Red Angus show, Dr. Bloomberg selected the junior champion heifer calf coming from Faith Jackson out of Class 10 in Friendswood FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes from Aubrey Atkinson in Gonzales County 4-H. As we begin our ORB show, I'd like to remind all of our exhibitors, you must have your registration paperwork on you at all times when you enter the arena. Make sure you have your registration paperwork with you. This is a blow and go only show. No product will be allowed. So if product is detected at the gate, we will send it back. Maybe you can wash it out in time and make your class. Maybe not. All breed champions, please report back to the vet booth. After you are selected, breed champions need to make their way back to the vet booth. You need to have a parent present when you are selected breed champion. And also, please return the breed champion bios up to the announcer's booth.
Nice pair of heifers here as we get into our next division. Female that wins the class does so in kind of dominant fashion, just in terms of her boldness, Springer rib, her mass, and her power. And a heifer that April, got a calf in April, and starting to shake down some udder. You're really fresh. I like the tidiness that they brought her to us in, and just a real useful kind of a female that kind of gets right away with the class. I appreciate this. I've got about a 2-week-old calf, and this cow's laid down and done her job, and you know, she's one that's still put together pretty good for that. She's got a good udder. Looks like she's got some milk volume. Really a typey little calf at her side. She doesn't have quite as much to her as our cow that ends up winning this class, but that's a very useful kind of a female. Done a good job getting her into production, so a nice pair for the young lady. Good pair of cattle here in this class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 13 in our Red Angus show, led by Chloe Peoples from Rockwall County 4-H. Then Paloma Ortiz from Elgin FFA.
Another really nice pair is a two pair here in this class. This dark red cow that leads off really a lot of tour in terms of volume and mass and utility. A cow that's still very athletic from a structure standpoint. Got a pretty good calf at her side and it really has a nice udder laid in underneath of her. A lot of quality to this cow. Congratulations to them on doing a good job. Nice cow in second as well. A lot of volume to her udder. Her teats aren't spaced maybe quite as nicely as our cow that wins, nor does she have quite as much to her in terms of center body and rib and mass. But another nice pair. The cow's laid down, done her job. What more could you ask for in two first calf heifers and what these two have done? So congratulations to both these exhibitors on bringing them to town.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bloomberg. That was class 14 in our Red Angus show, led by Caden Smith, Lavaca County 4-H. Followed then by Charlie Ortiz from Elgin FFA. Coming in next, we've got a single entry, class 15, shown by JCB Allen from Wildorado FFA.
Got another single entry here to close out our Red Angus show, and a lot of pairs in this last division, but those cattle have done what they should. They bred them up early, got them to calve before or right at 2 years of age, which is good. Another very refined, feminine, attractive cow that's really good up through her front end. It has some strength at top. The calf's big and bulky, so this cow's doing a good job, obviously milking. So another nice pair. We're going to get them, study them closer here in our divisional lineup, but congratulations to them on doing a very good job.
Well, in our first class of ORB females, this really got a dominant individual. I think that wins this class pretty handily. This is a female with just a lot of good about her. A lot of things I like about her. I like the fact that she's got a tremendous amount of rib, a tremendous amount of volume and dimension to her, but so attractive in the way she's put together. Really good at the ground. I think she's a female that just pretty hard to find things about her that you don't like, and I think she pulls herself to the front end of this thing pretty fast. And then as we go down from there and trying to find these cattle to line up for me, I like to kind of try to match them up. I think this Smokey's as close as we can get. This is a stout made individual. She's got a tremendous amount of width and top in her. She's got the rib shape and the front end structure like our class winner. I think she's just pretty deserving of finding her way into second. Then I think as we work on down from there, young lady's black heifers, you know, we compare her to the two standing above her, she's probably a little more refined, but I still think she's got enough to her. Got enough center portion of her body. She's stand behind her. She's got enough width and dimension, flexible enough at the ground. I think she sure deserves to work her way up. Baldy heifer that comes next, a lot like this female. She's got a lot of good to her. She's a heifer that, you know, has a little more width and dimension to her when we start comparing to the heifers down the road. She's a heifer that's a little more flexible when we get her out on the move, and so I think that works her way up. Young lady's black heifer that comes next, you know, she's got some center portion of her body. She gets a little quick in the way she's put together. She wants to drop her pins. She wants to get a little round in her muscle structure, sucks her flank up, and doesn't want to make her look as carry back as deep-ribbed and deep volume as those that stand above her, but still a good female. Red heifer that follows out, standing still is a heifer that you can kind of appreciate, really like her, the way she's ties in up into her front end. She's nice into her shoulder. She gets real tight at her hock, though, when you get her out on the move. She doesn't want to flex up, doesn't want to give us a, just take a long, easy stride with it like we'd like for her to. The young lady's black heifer that follows out, just a good dude, just a good individual, but needs a little more bone, a little more foot and substance if we're going to get her up on the front end. Good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 1 in our ORB show, led by Avery Fincher from Ellis County 4-H, followed by Callan Stewart, Highland Park FFA, Kimber Fusell from West FFA, followed by Madeline McCullough, Austin County 4-H. Then Jaslyn Davis, Grandview FFA, Adeline Burkhardt from Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe FFA, and finally Ashley Hill from Waller FFA.
Here in our final division of Red Angus here, before we pick our champion, a real stout heifer out of Class 1. You certainly like the power she brings to the table. Could she move maybe just a little differently, but this heifer's really fresh. I like the leanness and attractiveness that she's got, and really dense in terms of her body design. The dark red cow in the middle, really like the flexibility and the utility she offers. Really a sound structured athletic heifer. Is she just quite as extended up front as the one right in front of her? Probably not, but I really like the cowiness that she has. And then a nice pair out of Class 3. Cow's certainly doing her job, and in her working clothes out here, like the flexibility, along with our 2 pairs on the other side. Those are 4 first calf heifers, 4 of them in here that have sure done their job, laid down and got a nice coupon at their side. So a lot of maternal function in this particular group, and I'm pleased with that. My preference in this division, though, comes out of our middle class. This young lady has, she's going to be our champion. We're going to follow up with this heifer up out of Class 1 to be the reserve.
And your champion senior Red Angus comes from Class 14, exhibited by Caden Smith from Lavaca County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer in our Red Angus show comes from Chloe Peoples in Rockwall County 4-H.
Final call, Shorthorn Class 1. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 2, 3, and 4.
Well, a good lineup of these Red Angus as we get out here to pick our champion, and really been a good division, I thought, all the way through. Some quality in each one of these classes and in the respective divisions. And then I think as you get them out here, I'm pleased with all 6 of these. They're cattle that got some doability, some look, and still some functionality. Some of them have some extra parts and pieces. But again, as a whole, I think this group's been very, very competitive as we study them all the way through. Not going to go back and talk each one of them again. We had some smaller classes there, and we talked about them and then their division as well. But if you would, let's give our Red Angus exhibitors a good round of applause. I'll go out and get you 2 champions.
In our Red Angus show, your champion Red Angus comes from the calf division, exhibited by Braxton Hunt from Walker County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Red Angus heifer comes from the heifer calf division as well, coming from Brecken Shipman, Johnson County 4-H.
And then I realized I was going.
We've got our update on our breed drives. We're going to select the champion British and champion Continental 30 minutes after the final show ends. So whichever side ends first, or ends last, excuse me, is going 30 minutes after that. We will begin the breed drive. We're going to select our British first and our Continental shortly after that. 30 minutes after the final show ends, we will begin the breed drive, starting with the British and then the Continental.
really interesting class on our ORB side of the ring, and just a lot of what you would expect, a lot of variation, but a lot of quality and a lot of good in all of them. And I think for me, the easiest place for me to go to start this class with this big ribbed, high volume, really stout made black heifer that's going to be, you know, everything you can ask for. And she isn't as geek necked as we've seen in some of these other cattle, but I think with the body and the mass that she brings to the ring and the amount of true dimension she has in her, I think she's as good necked and as good as you can ask her to be and still have that kind of power and still that kind of substance. Really attractive made on the profile, super big ribbed and high volume. Then I think here, you know, here for me is where it really gets into some changing up, is between our second, third, fourth, kind of even down into our fifth and sixth heifers. There's some give and take, lots of variation. One with a heifer that I think's a little sounder at her shoulder, right behind her shoulder, down her top, holds herself together better than the big, powerful Smoky that stands behind her. This is a huge-footed, big-boned, big-bodied smoke that just wants to come apart right at her shoulder. She wants to tighten up behind her shoulder, not give us a real sound, useful look like we have in those heifers stand above her. The black heifer follows in next. Young man's having a little bit of problem getting her to get out and move, and she wants to, every time she stops and reaches back, then the first thing you do is you see a lot of pieces in her, and I'd like to just get her to just loosen up. I think as you go down the road with this heifer, she'll pull herself together. Nice heifer that follows out this young man's Smoky heifer. Gets a little tighter made maybe, but I think the amount of substance and bone and dimension she brings gives her an advantage and gets around this young lady's black heifer that follows next. Like this black heifer, I think she's pretty green right now. I think we give her a chance to come down as we kind of get back with her and let her mature a little bit. I think she's a female that'll go ahead and power up and do some things that we'd like for him to do. Young lady's heifer that follows in right behind her, just a really neat little package. She's a little more moderate, which I don't have anything against, but I think compared to what's standing above her today, we're going to have more of that heifer. We're going to get her any further up. Then we follow with a group of these heifers that are good, useful, functional cattle that just need a little more time if we're going to get them further up. But congratulations, nice set of cattle. Good job on these exhibitors. Congratulations.
Start over here on our Shorthorn side and the British ring, and a red heifer that wins the class. Really sound structured, really athletic in terms of her design. I think she's got an advantage structurally out of her shoulder in relation to the heifer that comes in second. A little better right in there in the point of her shoulder. I think she's just a bit more flexible. Good down her top. I like her in her underpinning, one that's got some sweep to the lower part of her body as well. Nice heifer here to lead off the class. The roan heifer's stout, and I like her substance. Big to top, to really powerful ended kind of a female. A little tighter in her forerib, a little straighter in her shoulder. Didn't see her getting out moving with quite the comfort we find in our heifer that wins the class. The roan heifer to come in thirds, laid in a little smoother in terms of her front end design. With that though, she wants to flatten just a little more as you get in behind her, a little narrower in her pin set, closes up at the ground. I like the look and the eye appeal that heifer brings to the table. Just need a bit more width and substance for her to climb up in the class. The red heifer's powerful and stout, a little stilty off either end of her framework for me. Need to loosen her up there from behind. The heifer that comes out next, I like the look and pattern of this heifer when she stands still. When she gets in motion, wants to get up underneath of herself and dump her pins. Need to change her off of her rear skeleton. The white roan heifer is really flat and angular in her shoulder, a little more deficient in terms of bone and power than the roan heifer to close the class. Has a little extra spread. She too just a little tighter in terms of her movement, a little emptier in the middle part of her body.
Very nice way to start our Shorthorn show. Class 1 started off with Kennedy Brogdon, Ellis County 4-H, followed by Hallie McCauley from Rockwall County 4-H. In third, you have Audrey Ivy, Eastland FFA. Then Aubrey Douglas, Trenton FFA, followed by Addison Douglas from Trenton FFA. In sixth, Bailey Taylor, Prairie Land FFA. And finally, Ronnie Moore from Hamilton FFA.
Got a really nice single entry heifer here, one that's got a lot of presence and a proud look about her up front, one that's really good in terms of where her neck sits at the top of her shoulder. Big rib cage in this heifer, big stout feature underneath of her. Still fresh from a composition standpoint. Looks like she's got some continuation as we take her on. We'll study her closer as she gets back out here, but a pretty dynamite single entry here in Class 2 of the Shorthorns.
Very nice breakdown from Dr. Bloomberg on a Class 2 single entry exhibited by Nolan Hunt from Walker County 4-H. Over in our ORB show, Class 2 was led by Brentley Wilkerson from Van Zant County 4-H. Followed by Harley Groom, Johnson County 4-H. Casey Shiflett from Navarro County 4-H. In fourth, we have Brecken Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. Followed by Miley Turner, Lexington FFA. Then Braley Kidd, Floyd County 4-H. Followed by McKinley DeFore from Godley FFA. Michaela Booth in 8th from Commerce FFA. Emma McMillan from Harris County 4-H. And Harris Kelly from McLennan County 4-H.
We got just a little more mass and volume here in this white roan to lead off this class. A lot of capacity to this female. Really like the midrib and flank that she's got in her, and still adequate in the way that she travels. One that's got a presence about her. And again, we're gonna have a nice division here in a little bit. Another good solid class winner. I like the red heifer in second as well. She's sound and real mobile. A little flatter in her rib design, maybe just a little more peaked in her top shape compared to our heifer that wins this particular class, but a real elegant kind of a female, got a nice look about her. Just need to see a bit more horsepower in her in relation to our class winner, but two good heifers in this group.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was Class 3 in our Shorthorn show, led by Miley Turner, Lexington FFA, followed by Benjamin Hensley from Waller County 4-H.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 7. First call, Shorthorn, Class 8. First call, Shorthorn, Class 8.
This class ORB females are red heifer that wins the class. She's easy for me, kind of that combination female in her. So good structurally, so good down at the ground. She's still attractive made. Has an advantage probably when compared to the black heifer, just from her shoulder and her chest floor forward. She's got an advantage. Young lady does a nice job of getting her shown. Just a good female, I think. Pretty useful. Just the kind that you really like to have to start a class with, because you know there's a lot of future there. Big ribbed, high volume heifer this young man has. Maybe not quite as good up in her front end as our class winner. Gets a little more shoulder in her, a little more chest, not quite as attractive made. Love that rib shape and center portion of her body. Just a pretty good female. This heifer that comes next is no doubt just the stoutest, most powerful female in here, but she's just not sound enough on either end. And I think when we hit her at the ground and you watch her track, off her front end, and when you watch her, when you move away from her, you know, that's a heifer that's just like to square her up, straighten her up. If she was a little more flexible and sounder at the ground, it'd be hard to slow her down, but today I just think her structure is going to be an issue. This heifer that follows next, again, is one that probably gets a little more upright, kind of up in that front end, up in her shoulder. She does hold her head up. Her neck comes up out of her shoulder. She's pretty good standing still. Get her on the move, and she's going to just get a little too upright. Wants to kick her tail head up and not be as sound as we'd like for her to be. Baldy heifer that follows out next, again, is a female that just from a standing off and looking at them, center portion of her body, we'd like to just deepen her down, give her a little more flank, a little more rib. Young lady's heifer that follows out next is, again, a female that they've got a tremendous amount of length. They've got a lot of performance. They've got a lot of good in them. Structurally, though, we'd like to change them a little bit if we're going to get them to win the class. But good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Nice trio of females here on the Shorthorn side. And again, structural integrity will dictate the heifer to win this class. She's just more athletic, more comfortable at the ground. When you ask her to get out and go, she doesn't have as much to her, maybe or opened up as the heifer that comes in second. But I like the way she patterns. I like her usefulness, turns of her hind leg. I think she's a little better in the slope and angle of her shoulder as well. The heifer in second does have more to her in terms of mass and power. She's a little more dimensional, kind of a female as well. Comes up a little short in her stride and a little hesitant off of her front end. I like just loosened her up from a structure standpoint to buy a switch in that particular group. The roan heifer to come in third is a really stout featured female in terms of her foot and her bone work. A little emptier middle and wants to close up on us just a little more in relation to our top pair of cattle.
Thank you, gentlemen. You just heard Class 4 in our Shorthorn show, led by Trinity Jones, Commerce FFA, followed by Gabriel Malone, Wills Point FFA, and then James Berryhill from Scurry Rosser FFA. Over in our ORB show, Class 2 was led by, Class 3 was led by Kinley Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H, followed by Levi Buchanan, Ellis County 4-H. Kayla Parrish, Coryell County 4-H, followed by Jana Wall from Event FFA. Then Addison Corpus, DeWitt County 4-H. And finally, Kennedy Sears from Wise County 4-H.
Pretty interesting class over on our ORB side. And it's honestly, it's a class that could be placed on movement as much as anything. Black heifer that wins the class, by far the soundest moving female we have in here. Right at her shoulder, right down to the ground. She's sound, she's structurally correct. She's good when we get behind her and watch her walk away from us. Real advantage she has over the Smoky heifer is just in the way she's built up in her front end, from her shoulder to her knee down to the ground. She's long term. I think she's a female that's got a lot of future to her. I like this Smoky heifer standing still. Love that rib shape, that power and substance that she has. But you get her out on the move, and then you get a little concerned about just how long she'll last the way she's put together. Black heifer that comes next doesn't want to balance up quite as well as those two heifers that stand above her. She's got a little bit of chest in her that wants to throw her out of balance. And again, she's a heifer that we talk about movement. Every one of these females, we could change them a little bit. She needs to change just a little bit from her hock to the ground if we're going to get her to be a little more flexible. Same way with this Smoky heifer. They're all starting to get a little more restricted and a little tighter in their movement. And it's starting to kind of, I think, restrict the way we get around the ring. Doesn't want to give us the opportunity to really watch them take a long stride and be flexible. Red heifer that follows next doesn't have the extra rib shape and dimension that we have in those heifers that stand above her. Female, again, that gets a little tight at her hock down at the ground. Roan heifer that follows out. Young lady's got a nice heifer that just needs a little more time to mature and catch up with these heifers that stand above them. But good class of females. Congratulations.
Come here to Division I, and our Shorthorn showing a good lineup. I think all four of these classes had quality represented. We had the one Lone Ranger there in Class 2, but I thought the other three classes very competitive on the top end, and we started off with a good heifer that's sound structured and athletic. You know, she's not the widest build heifer we got in the group, but I really like the comfort that she has, really athletic, really mobile, good look to that heifer. The single entry heifer is one that's really stout and got a lot of extras in terms of feature and balance and eye appeal. She's one that looks to me like she's going to be really long-term in terms of her kind. The white roan heifer that wins that duo out of Class 3, good-bodied female with a lot of volume to her. We talked about one that's got a lot of extras in terms of having center body and rib design. Then the young lady's heifer that wins the last class, really sound structured, liked her athleticism and her comfort at the ground, another useful kind of a female. So a good lineup of these shorthorn heifers. My preference, though, is the heifer that was a single entry out of Class 2 to be our calf champion. We'll follow up with the heifer out of Class 1 to be our reserve in this division. Good job to these kids, a good, strong division to start off.
Second call.
And that's our heifer calf division in our Shorthorn Heifer Show. Champion for that division comes from Class 2 and Nolan Hunt from Walker County 4-H. The reserve champion heifer calf comes from Class 1, exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon in Ellis County 4-H. We've got results from Class 4 in our ORB show. It was led by Macy Weems from Kaufman County 4-H, followed by Riker Shaws from New Braunfels FFA. In third, we have Ainsley Sears, Wise County 4-H. Then Laney Lancaster, Tomball FFA. Followed then by Cameron McCullough from Austin County 4-H. And Kaylee Corley from Willis FFA.
Really nice lineup of these females. We get ready to pick our camp champion in the ORB division. A lot of good, a lot of quality in the ring. These class winners, so I think what I really appreciate about them is the big rib, the high volume, mass that they bring to the ring. There's probably some differences. You can start breaking them apart if you want to kind of pick and choose on front end structure and length of neck and different things like that. But I think when you start really talking about cow power and how much dimension they have to them, I think that's a really good set of females. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations, and we'll pick our division champions.
Get into our next division, these shorthorn heifers here in Class 1. This roan heifer that wins the class, really a powerfully constructed female. It's really bold in her rib design. I like the spring and the volume that she has. She's really expansive in her pin set and down her top, and still functional enough and flexible enough when you ask her to get out and travel. A nice heifer here to grab the blue ribbon in this class. Heifer that comes in second is one that's still very bold and dimensional, kind of like the heifer that wins the class. Doesn't move quite as well off of her front end. She's a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder and wants to shoot her tail head up just a little bit. But I like the presence this heifer has, the substance, a lot of strength to her as you study her in her head down into the base of her feature as well. The heifer that comes out next is really a long-bodied, extended kind of a female, one that gets up in her top and wants to dump her pins just a little on the move, like to stouten her up in her rear leg construction. But that's a nice female, very feminine with a lot of presence to her. Big red heifer to come next, really got a lot of rib and volume and mass to her, a little plainer in the base of her neck, a little shorter at the top of her neck as well. I like the volume this heifer has. I just like to make her a little more attractive. And then the heifer that closed the class, the roan heifer, has some depth of body. She's a heifer, though. We just got to stouten her up a bit, give her a bit more foot size and substance to compete with the heifers on up the line.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 10. Final call, Shorthorn.
You just heard Class 7 in our Shorthorn show. It was led by Kanan Clear from Madison County 4-H, followed then by Riley Silves, Pato FFA. And you have Aubrey Ramos from Andrews County 4-H, Kate Swain from Lorena FFA, and Savannah Kelly from McLennan County 4-H. In our ORB heifer show, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Avery Fincher from Class 1. She shows with Ellis County 4-H. The reserve champion heifer calf comes from Macy Weems in Kaufman County 4-H.
Again, this is a class we start like we had in the last class. I think you could place these cattle just on the walk when they came through the ring and you watch them track around here. And after the wins the class, and I'm not going to tell you she's perfect. There's some things about her I'd like to change. She wants to waddle just a little bit when you stand behind her. She's going to kick her hocks out. She kind of wants to kick out a little bit. Not be as sound as I'd like for her to be, but she's really flexible, which when we compare them to some of them standing down the ring, I think that's got to be, there's some advantage because I think she'll last a little longer. And she's big ribbed, she's attractive. Standing still, you really appreciate her. She looks a lot like what we've been finding in all these other classes. Just like to change her just a little bit if we're going to pick on her and just tell you exactly what we'd like to see. I'd like to see her different at the hock when she walks away from us. I think this black and white heifer that follows out next, she's kind of the big bone powered heifer in here. Doesn't have the rib shape and dimension that stands above us. But I think you have to appreciate this heifer that, next one in line, she's probably as good as we're going to get one down at the ground. And from a structure standpoint, young man's black heifer that follows next has some extra rib shape, some dimension. She's fresher made. She isn't quite as far along as this heifer that follows in behind her. And I think that heifer kind of deserves to be third. She's got enough substance, enough dimension to her. This female that this young lady has next is by far a tremendous amount of power and dimension in her. She's way too far along for me at this stage of the game. I think she's probably pushing a little more condition than she needs to, and I think it really distracts from her. I think it lays up in that chest, up in her shoulder, really takes away from her. Young lady's gray heifer that comes next, again, is really restricted off both ends, but I think we have to put it in perspective of what we're comparing it to ahead of her and behind her. Give her credit that she does have some real true natural width and dimension to her, works her way up. Black heifer that follows in next that this young lady has, pretty fresh in her type. She's the right kind. Again, not the, I guess, the right kind from the standpoint of she's flexible enough. She can get around the ring. Doesn't have as much to her as what we need if we're going to get her any further up. As we work our way down through these cattle, and it really gets down to just one or two things. Either they've got a real movement issue, a structure problem, or we don't have enough to them and they're a little too shelled out. Not enough body and dimension in them, but good set of cattle all the way through, but a good set of exhibitors. Congratulations.
Another good class here in our Shorthorn show. This roan heifer that wins, really a deep-bodied, big-ribbed, high-volume kind of a female. I like the capacity and just that soft look that she gives us. And with that, she motors with some comfort off both ends. She's a heifer that you certainly like in terms of the cowy look that she has and still flexible enough in her build. The heifer that comes in second is probably a little trendier up front. I like her, the way she sets her neck at the top of her shoulder, even maybe a little better than our class winner. She gets a little tighter off her rear hock and doesn't have quite the softness of flank we find in our heifer that grabs the blue ribbon in the class, but still, I like that heifer's look and her eye appeal. The next heifer's more like our class winner. I wish she moved a little differently from behind. She's big-bodied, a lot of capacity, a lot of usefulness to this heifer. She gets a little set out in her shoulder and doesn't get off the ring with off of her rear skeleton around the ring with quite as much comfort and ease. The roan heifer to come out next, big and stout down her top, like the upper rib shape this heifer has, and she's powerful out of her hip. Wants to pigeon on those front feet and just a little tighter in terms of the way that she travels. Big, stout, robust heifer here with the ring in her nose to come out next. Really bold and dimensional, really opened up. With that, she gets outside of herself just a notch from behind. I'd like to loosen her up from a structure standpoint. Three nice cattle to close the class. Need to see a little more substance in the next heifer. I like her look, though. A big, stout red heifer to come next, little coarse in her design. And the heifer that closed the class just needs a little more to her, but she's good from the profile and tucked up neat in her chest.
First call.
Got a single entry Mayborn heifer here, really deep bodied heifer that could really get around the ring. Covers her track well, got a big hind leg in her. I like the volume and freshness that she comes and brings to the table. Still tidy up through her front end and got a pretty attractive look. We'll see how she stacks up against her contemporaries in this division. Going to be a nice group of these as we get this middle division picked.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was a nice single entry. Class 10 coming from Brigham DeBoard in Ellis County 4-H. Class 8 in our Shorthorn Heifer Show was led by Torian Belcher from Commerce FFA, followed then by Emily Muntrath from Grayford FFA, then Belicia Cox, Johnson County 4-H, Madison Gonzalez from Hutto FFA, followed then in fifth by Callan Stewart, Highland Park FFA. In sixth, Homero Juarez from Johnson County 4-H, then James Taylor from Ricel FFA. And then in eighth, we have Rylan Cruz from Hutto FFA. While we've got some time here, I'd like to remind all of our exhibitors, our breed drives will begin 30 minutes after the conclusion of the final show. 30 minutes after the conclusion of the final show. We're going to start off with the British breeds first, and then we'll bring in the continental breeds. All breed champions must report back to the vet area after they are selected breed champion. They must also have a parent accompany them as well.
It's a good division here in the Shorthorn Show, and some differences between our three class winners. Heifer that wins the first class is really a nicely presented female that's really bold in her design. Like the power that she has, and still a nice look up through her front end. Not perfect in the way she gets around the ring and travels, but I think, one that we could alter a little bit structurally, but boy, she gives us a great look from the side, really strong down her top, and a lot of stability to this one in terms of pin width and stoutness of feature. The heifer out of class 2, I like her kind in terms of body and mass, volume. We talked about one that's really athletic from a structure standpoint. Is she just as nice up through her head and her neck? Probably just a nickel more condition on this heifer, but I like the cowiness that she has, the softness of her rib design, one that's really broody in terms of her makeup. Then the red heifer out of class 3, we talked about really sound and really athletic, a heifer that's really good in her body shape, and still a pretty good look to this heifer. Wants to break a little bit right in behind her shoulder. You might want to peel a little of that navel off of her, but this heifer moves well. She's got some rib and some freshness to her, so we got some good seconds on the other side as well. We had the single entry here, so just the two competitive seconds, but there's some give and take in this division. I guess when you belt them down, one that suits me the best comes out of class 1. She's going to be our division champion. We're going to follow up with the heifer out of class 2 to be our reserve in this division.
Final call, Shorthorn, class 15. Final call, Shorthorn, class 15.
Over on the ORB side, just really another interesting class with, starting to get into heifers a little heavier made, a little bigger, stouter made. Trying to find them that are still maternal and not too terminal in their type is kind of hard for me sometimes, but I think the heifers that we have on the front end of this class, young man's black heifers, puts a lot of good things together. She's sounder than some of them that stand below her. She's as sound as we can get her. I think she's sure got enough body shape, enough rib and dimension, has enough true substance to her, ties in pretty neat up in her front end, balances up really nice when compared to some of these heifers stand behind her. Young man's black heifer that comes next, got a little bit of chest, throws her out of balance, gets a little quick and a little tighter up in her flank, doesn't want to show us that rib shape and volume that we have in a class winner. Still, I think from a standpoint of the heifer that's kind of gets out and moves, I think you got to appreciate the fact that she's sounder on both ends maybe than what we have standing below her. This yellow heifer that comes next gets a little too upright in her shoulder for me. She wants to stand up, get a little straight up in her front end. Like to change that, like to set her back just a little, get her to be a little more flexible. Dark red heifer that comes next, just need to loosen her up, just soften her up from one end to the other. Give her a little more body like these heifers standing behind her have. Young lady's black heifer from her shoulder back, this is a heifer I really appreciate. She is big ribbed, high volume, pretty good down at the ground. She wants to just really get out of balance. That front third of her body just throws her out of balance. Too much chest, too much shoulder up in there. Then we come with a pair of these heifers that are wider, I think, up in their front end structure than they are anywhere. They get a little wide in their shoulder, wide at the ground. They're a little more terminal in their type. They're not quite as maternal looking as what I'd like for them to be, but still I think they're cattle that have to, you have to appreciate the mass and the power that these cattle bring. Young lady's roan heifer that comes next, she's got a little more shoulder. She wants to really get out in her shoulder, get tight in right behind her shoulder, kick up in that, flatten her loin, kick her tail head up, not as sound as we'd like for her to be. And then we follow with a set of these cattle that, just need a little more to them. We're going to have a little more true dimension in them to get them further up. But congratulations, good set of exhibitors, nice set of cattle.
Division results from our Shorthorn Heifer Show. Your champion junior heifer comes from Canaan Clear in Madison County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer in the Shorthorn Show comes from Torian Belcher and Commerce FFA. Over in our ORB show, Class 7 was led by Wyatt DeBerry from Lamb County 4-H, followed by Gage Seymour, El Campo FFA. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Bloomberg. We'll pick up where we left off.
Got a really nice red heifer to lead off this class, one that's really fresh and compositionally correct at this stage of the game, and really a good-bodied female. I like the way she gets out and covers her track. Starting to shake down a nice udder underneath of her as well, one that's fresh and feminine and really good in terms of her lines, and just a lot of utility to this heifer. The white heifer in second, just the most like her from a cow fundamental perspective. I think in terms of having some ribs, some volume, and some performance, like that about her. A little deeper chested, maybe a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder in relation to our class winner, but still a pretty logical place to go with the 2-spot in this group. The other white heifer to come next, really deep-centered female, like the rib that she's got, a little flatter in her design and maybe just a little more refined in her feature. I'd like to stouten her up just a pinch in terms of her foot and her bone work, spread her apart as you get in behind her. I just thought she had more to her than our red heifer that closes. This heifer is wider pinned and stouter bone, a little emptier middled, needs to have just a little more softness, a little more of a maternal look for me to get her up off the end of the class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. Getting back into Class 7 ORB results, we have coming in second, Gage Seymour from El Campo FFA, followed by Emily Marshall, Tarrant County 4-H. Skylar Wilkerson from Fort Bend County 4-H. Then Abigail Whitaker from Danbury FFA. In seventh, Noah Sills from Harris County 4-H, followed by Emerson Downey, Williamson County 4-H. Jamar Jeffrey from Waller FFA, and Madison Abrams from Columbia FFA.
Got a nice single entry here in our next class of shorthorns. Like the freshness of rig this heifer comes to us in, one that's a composition perspective. You like the way she comes to the ring, one that's got some stability in her top line, a nice look, a heads up, alert, attractive make to this heifer as you study her up through her front end. Still has some feature underneath of her as well, and some foot size. So we'll stack her up in here in this division. She's going to make a nice entry in that last division of shorthorns. That's a good quality female here as a single entry.
Over on the ORB side, just a really nice cow prospect, I think, to win this class. Female that sure puts a lot of good things together. She's better necked, better fronted than we compare to the heifer stand behind her, but she's got that extra bit of rib and volume, handles herself well on the move, just a pretty good package, I think, to work her way to the front. And I think this young man's heifer that comes next, similar to her in kind, not as good, I think, up in her front end structure, but still very similar to her from her shoulder back. Starting to show us a little udder development, starting to kind of look like she's getting into production. Just a good female, I think, follows into second. Heifer that comes third, just not enough to her. If we're going to get her up on the front end, we're going to have to expand her out from one end to the other. We're going to have to pull her apart, make a little more of this female to get her up on the front end. Heifer that follows out, it's a heifer that, you know, when we start talking about them, we've talked about it all day long, they get a little wide out in their shoulder, down to their knee, down to the ground. They don't want to travel and be as flexible as we'd like for them to be. This is a heifer that we'd sure like to change up in their front end structure. It's a nice heifer with a lot to her, but just not sound enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 9 in our ORB show, led by Macy Weems from Kaufman County 4-H. Then Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H. In third, we have Ellie Pierce, Hallsville FFA. And Emma Hollis, Wildorado FFA. Over in our Shorthorn show, Class 13 was led by James Clear from Madison County 4-H, followed by Lila Seymour, El Campo FFA. Then Addison Lehman from Waller FFA, and Haven Flores from Shiner FFA. Class 14 was a nice single entry from Peyton Crowder and Venus FFA.
Final class of shorthorns here, and a nice pair to lead off. A big, dominant, strong cow here with a lot of body and power to lead off the class. Got a really nice coupon at her side. This is really a good heifer calf that's got a striking look about her. The cow's doing a good job. One that's got a lot of rib to her. Cow's just very, very dense, and she's done a really good job raising a beautiful heifer calf. The roan that comes in second's another good cow in terms of being fundamentally correct. We like the fact that she's got a coupon at her side. Doesn't have as much to her as the cow that ends up leading off our class, but still a good kind of cattle to be in second. And then the female that closed the class doesn't have quite as much to her. I like the look and the freshness that she comes to us in. Just needs more rib body and mass if she's going to compete with this powerful pair of heifers ahead of her. But a good way to close out our shorthorn show. Nice trio of females.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg. That was class 15 in our shorthorn show, led by Emily Muntrath from Grayford FFA. Then you have Kaylee Corley from Willis FFA and Zachary Werchin from Travis County 4-H. Some previous results from our ORB show. Class 8 was led by Addison Lehman from Waller FFA, followed by Carson Peterson, Grayson County 4-H. In third, Random Schwab from Guadalupe County 4-H. Then William Tucker Davis from Waller County 4-H. And Brindley Pick from Mount Calm FFA.
Another real interesting class on the ORB side, but I think the real cow prospect standing up at the front end, I think she's a female that you just have to appreciate what she's going to bring to the ring. And, you know, she's not going to be as stout made as the yellow heifer stands behind her, but she's more than adequate, I think, when we start talking about how much width and dimension does she have, how much rib and volume, and then just, boy, she's got a beautiful udder under her that just adds to her when you start looking at them down the road and what you'd expect out of these females. She just has a little more maternal look to her. Looks like a female that's really getting ready to make a nice cow. Yellow heifer that follows in, you can't take away the amount of power and dimension this heifer has. She's probably, from my standpoint, maybe not quite the same type as what we have up in our class winner, maybe not the same kind of female that's going to show us the same cow power that we have standing ahead of her, but boy, if you want to add some substance and some dimension and real mass, and this one does it in a really nice package. She's as sound, I think, for what we've seen when we bring them in here that have an extra width and dimension to them and get them to hold themselves together on both ends and get around the ring. Young man's black heifer that comes next, heifer that showing a little bit of chest, wants to just carry out into that front end a little more and throws her out of balance a little bit. Standing still, you know, he gets her pulled together. She looks pretty good to get her on the move. She's going to flatten out in her loin and kick her tail head up a little bit, break in there behind her shoulder, not be quite as good down her top as what we see standing above her. Young lady's heifer that comes next just gets a little tighter made. She doesn't show us that soggy maternal look that we see standing at the front end of the class, but still The advantage she has over the yellow heifer that follows out is she'll reach out and take a stride, hit her step, be flexible, and move, where I think our power heifer that follows out in class gets just a little restricted right at her hock, shortens her step, doesn't want to reach out and cover her tracks. But good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Nice lineup here in our final division, the Shorthorn Show, and a lot of quality represented out here. Good heifer out of Class 1. We had the single entry there out of Class 2, and then a nice pair comes to us out of Class 3, and our respective seconds are good cattle as well. So I appreciate the maternal function and the skeletal quality in this division. With that, though, I think we have a pretty clear winner here in this red heifer out of Class 1. She's going to be our division champion. Congratulations, this young man. Bring this white heifer over into consideration. Another good female that's got some depth of body, a little plainer up front like we talked about, but still a useful kind. I'm going to use this pair, though, out of Class 3 to be reserved in this division. Really like this heifer calf and a big, strong cow here to close out this final division. Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's your senior heifer division. In our Shorthorn Show, your champion senior heifer comes from James Clear in Madison County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Emily Munchrath from Grayford FFA. Back over in our ORB show, we've got Class 10 results. It was led by Abby Duppelchan from Fannondale FFA, followed by Jose Jimenez, Eagle Pass FFA. Then Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H. And fourth, Grace Tuyos from Trinity County 4-H. And Donnie Smart, Austin County 4-H.
Really nice lineup. We get ready to pick this division of ORB females. Lots of good in these cattle, and I think from the class winning side of this thing, I think it's, for me, they line up as a really nice set of cow prospects. They're females that look like they've got some future to them. Going to be females that I think we can turn out and make a living with and do what we expect them to do. Good set of junior exhibitors in the ring, too. Give them a nice hand. We'll pick our champions. Congratulations on these females.
Come to the final selection of the day for me over here in the Shorthorn Show, and really a really nice set of these heifers as they come back out here. I like both these calves extremely well. The heifer that wins the calf division, I think one that's got a real promising future. She's a little green today, but I really like this heifer's kind, good up through her front end. She's really well balanced and beat a nice one in that division. A little different kind of heifer maybe out of the second division. She's stout and powerful. We talked about you might alter her movement just a little bit. We got a big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer that was second in that division. The third heifer here, one that's got a lot of rib and utility. The guesswork's kind of done to her on a big bred. Like the softness that she's got and still pretty fresh. Then a big stout cow that's got a nice calf at her side. cow's starting to show maybe a little maturity, but again, she should. She's got a big strapping heifer calf at her side. So it's been a really good day of judging. This will be the final breed that I have before we make our selections in Supreme here in just a little bit. So let's give our Shorthorn exhibitors a good round of applause, if you would. Excellent show. I'll get you a champion reserve in this division.
And that's your Shorthorn Heifer show. Your grand champion Shorthorn Heifer comes from the senior division, exhibited by James Clear in Madison County 4-H. Your reserve champion Shorthorn Heifer comes from the calf division and was exhibited by Nolan Hunt from Walker County 4-H. Still got a little bit of time here before we get started with our breed drive. Since our ORB show is going to finish last, 30 minutes after the conclusion of the ORB show, we will begin our breed drive. 30 minutes after our ORB show finishes, we will begin the breed drive. We're going to start with British, and then we'll move into Continental.
Really an interesting class on the ORB side. And, you know, I'll be the first to admit this heifer that wins a class probably doesn't just jump out and grab you. She's not one that's going to be super flashy and really one of those really just knock you out when she comes in the ring. But the thing that she does right for me is she shows us that she is bred. I think she's getting to that point where she's starting to make an udder, starting to show us she's maternal in her kind. She's sound enough. She's got enough to her. She's just good enough. I think that you have to give her credit for what she is, which is, to me, a really nice cow prospect that just has a lot of future. And I think that kind of works her way to the front end of the class. The power heifer, big bone, big footed, stout female that follows next. It's a heifer that I was really drawn to that, you know, if we just had some udder development and just show me an indication that she's farther along and that she's bred enough and that we're getting her closer to calving, she'd be winning the class because of all the good things she brings to us. Today, I just like to see her look a little more maternal, have a bigger frame, kind of growthier made female that is kind of starting to show some udder. I appreciate that about her. She's a little flatter made, doesn't want to widen out. She gets a little narrow, not enough true expression to her, but I'll give her credit. She is a good cow prospect. Looks like she's going to do what we expect her to do. Heifer that follows in next, again, similar to the heifer that stands second. Just like to see her look a little more maternal, give her a little more rib shape if we're going to get her any further up. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 13 in our ORB show, led by Brianna Deasy from Royal FFA, followed by Emma Hollis, Will Dorado FFA, Then Carson Fusel from a West FFA. And Destiny Williams from a Waller County 4-H. Well, we've got some sorting to do on our ORB show. I'd like to take this time again to thank our volunteers from Sam Houston State University who are helping all of our exhibitors unload yesterday and are helping organize the show. A special shout out to them as well as the Rodeo Austin Heifer Committee volunteers. All these people have volunteered their time to help make this show run as smoothly as possible. We've got a handful of sponsors for 2023 Rodeo Austin. Sponsors that include TELUS Equipment Solutions, Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin, HEB, Ralston Family Charitable Foundation, Frost Bank, and Holt Cat / Texas First Rentals. Just as some reminders, if you are a breed champion, please bring your bio up to the announcer's booth at the south side of the arena. Please bring your bio to the south side of the arena.
Getting to the end of the day on these ORBs and females that are, nice thing is we got a ring full of what should be bred heifers, cow prospects, so it makes it a little easier to just step in here and say, this is the one I'd like to take home as a cow and the first one I want to turn out. And I think our Baldy female just does a lot of good things. She's make it a nice udder. She's got plenty of rib. She's a little more attractive made. You know, we step back and remember we're still showing them. We still want them to look like females, be real ladylike, and she's got a really neat look to her. Female that I think handles it really well on the move. Young man's black heifer that comes behind her. From her center portion of her body, you just appreciate that rib and shape and volume. A little different endpoints on some of these cattle, which, you know, is all about management and where you want to be, but I think that's a female that looks like to me she's going to make a halfway decent cow, should do a lot of things we expect them to do, going to be a good female from a maternal standpoint. Following with the black heifer that's similar in kind to those that stand above them, maybe not quite as far along in production as we see in some of these, but a female that I think sure going to make a nice young female as we go down the road. The white heifer that comes out next, really the big power heifer in here, and I appreciate that real performance and substance and bone and foot that she brings to the ring. You know, she's a female that's probably a little coarser made in the way she's put together, but sure have to appreciate that she's really got some dimension and starting again, talking about him starting to show some udder development. Black heifer that follows up next is another big power heifer that it would do her a lot of good to just be a little further along. I think it'd soften her up a little bit. It'd give us just a little more flank. But the bone and the power and dimension that she has gets her above this young lady's black heifer that comes next. Female that's really attractive made, just need more to her if we're going to get her on the front end. Red heifer that follows out, young man's heifer, a little different kind, got a little different endpoint. Usefulness is in a different direction, and that's a good thing. I think there's a lot of room for lots of variation in our industry, but today, you know, I'd just like to see her look a little more maternal if we're going to get her on the front end. But congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey. That was Class 14 in our ORB show, led by Kylie Kelly from Fayette County 4-H. And you have in second, Jake Grossclose from Erath County 4-H. Derek Hempel from Victoria County 4-H. In fourth, Emma Zoller from Kendall County 4-H. Brianna Newman, Upshur County 4-H. Ashley Hill from Waller FFA. And then Gage Seymour from El Campo FFA. We've got a really nice single entry coming in now, exhibited by Donnie Smart from Austin County 4-H.
Nice single entry to finish up our show with. Just a powerful made, big-bodied, bulky individual. You know, and if we're going to pick on her, she's at that stage of life where, you know, she's probably carrying a little more condition than we'd like to see. I will say, you know, when we start calving these cows, it's always better to have them a little fleshier than it is to have them a little thin, because it's they're going to rebound and come around. This is a female that's just got a lot of good to her. We'll look forward to bringing her back in. Really attractive made power cow. Congratulations. Get ready to finish up the ORB with our last division of females, a nice set of breds. Talked about them coming through here and kind of the functionality of these cattle and kind of what we want them to do, what we expect them to do. These cattle all show to me that they look like they're going to do it. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. It's a good set of cattle. We'll pick our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Very nice breakdown, Mr. Sankey. That was your senior heifer division. Your champion senior heifer comes from class 14 and is shown by Kylie Kelly from Fayette County 4-H. Your reserve champion senior heifer comes from Brianna Dizzy from Royal FFA.
Really nice lineup to finish up the ORB show with. And, you know, there's cattle out here that have all different kinds of endpoints, different places to go, lots of things we can do about them. We've got the cow prospects standing down here. We've got the future show heifer and cow prospects standing on the front end. I think there's just a tremendous amount of quality and good. And the exciting thing, I think, is, you know, when you reach in here and you find cattle that just really get you fired up and think, man, this is where we want to go. This is what we would want to do. And I think we got a ring full of them. But I think there's a set of, you know, maybe a pair of these heifers out here that are just kind of extra special, have a little extra going to them and kind of have a place to go with them down the road. So give these young exhibitors a nice hand. We're going to pick our champions. Congratulations to a good set of cattle. And I guess we got a ring full of young women out here showing cattle. I hate it when I leave all the guys out, but I guess it's just part of it. These girls have probably done as good a job today as we've had, and good set of cattle, really good ones in the ring. Again, it's really been a pleasure for me to sort through these cattle. We'll show you our champions. Congratulations.
And that's our ORB heifer show. Your grand champion ORB heifer comes from the calf division, and Avery Fincher from Ellis County 4-H. The reserve grand champion ORB heifer comes from Macy Weems in Kaufman County 4-H. It is 2:27 right now at the conclusion of our ORB show. That means in 30 minutes, we will begin our breed drive. We'll begin our breed drive 30 minutes from now, and we're going to start with our British show, followed immediately after. Following that, we will begin immediately our Continental drive. We're still on the hunt for bios up here. If you have the Grand Champion Angus bio, please bring it to the south side of the arena. Any other breed champion bios? I know my Shorthorn Reserve bio is floating around somewhere. Please bring it to the south side of the arena as soon as you can.